हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज हम शुरू करने वाले हैं एनसीईआरटी इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12 का, जो कि है इंट्रोडक्टरी माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स। तो आज हम शुरू करेंगे चैप्टर 1, जो कि है इंट्रोडक्शन। तो शुरू करते हैं। ए सिंपल इकोनॉमी. Think of any society. People in the society need many goods and services in their everyday life, including food, clothing, shelter, transport facilities like roads and railways, postal services, and various other services like that of teachers and doctors. In fact, the list of goods and services that any individual needs is so large that no individual in society to begin with has all the things she needs. Every individual has some amount of only a few of the goods and services that she would like to use. A family farm may own a plot of land, some grains, farming implements, maybe a pair of bullocks, and also the labor services of the family members. A weaver may have some yarn, some cotton, and other instruments required for weaving cloth. The teacher and the local school has the skills required to impart education to the students. Some mothers in society may not have any resource excepting their own labor services. Each of these decision-making units can produce some goods or services by using the resources that it has and use part of the produce to obtain the many other goods and services which it needs. By goods, we mean physical, tangible objects used to satisfy people's wants and needs. The term goods should be contrasted with the term services, which captures the intangible satisfaction of wants and needs. As compared to food items and clothes, which are examples of goods, we can think of the task that doctors and teachers perform for us as examples of services. By individual, we mean an individual decision-making unit. A decision-making unit can be a single person or a group like a household, a farm, or any other organization. By resource, we mean those goods and services which are used to produce other goods and services, example land, labor, tools, and machinery. For example, the family farm can produce corn, use part of the produce for consumption purposes, and produce clothing, housing, and various services in exchange for the rest of the produce. Similarly, the weaver can get the goods and services that she wants in exchange for the cloth she produces in her yarn. The teacher can earn some money by teaching students in the school and use the money for obtaining the goods and services that she wants. The laborer also can try to fulfill her needs by using whatever money she can earn by working for someone else. Each individual can thus use her resources to fulfill her needs. It goes without saying that no individual has unlimited resources compared to her needs. The amount of corn that the family farm can produce is limited by the amount of resources it has, and hence the amount of different goods and services that it can produce in exchange of corn is also limited. As a result, the family is forced to make a choice between the different goods and services that are available. It can have more of a good or service only by giving up some amounts of other goods or services. For example, if the family wants to have a bigger house, it may have to give up the idea of having a few more acres of arable land. If it wants more and better education for the children, it may have to give up some of the luxuries of life. The same is the case with all other individuals in society. Everyone faces scarcity of resources and therefore has to use the limited resources in the best possible way to fulfill her needs. In general, every individual in society is engaged in the production of some goods or services, and she wants a combination of many goods and services, not all of which are produced by her. Needless to say that there has to be some compatibility between what people in society collectively want to have and what they produce. Here we assume that all the goods and services produced in a society are consumed by the people in the society and that there is no scope of getting anything from outside the society. In reality, this is not true. However, the general point that is being made here about the compatibility of production and consumption of goods and services holds for any country or even for the entire world. For example, the total amount of corn produced by the family farm along with other farming units in a society must match the total amount of corn that people in the society collectively want to consume. If people in the society do not want as much corn as the farming units are capable of producing collectively, a part of the resources of these units could have been used in the production of some other good or services which is in high demand. On the other hand, if people in the society want more corn compared to what the farming units are producing collectively, the resources used in the production of some other goods and services may be reallocated to the production of corn. Similar is the case with all other goods or services. Just as the resources of an individual are scarce, the resources of the society are also scarce in comparison to what the people in the society might collectively want to have. The scarce resources of the society have to be allocated properly in the production of different goods and services in keeping with the likes and dislikes of the people of the society. Any allocation of resources of the society would result in the production of a particular combination of different goods and services. By an allocation of the resources, we mean how much of which resource is devoted to the production of each of the goods and services. The goods and services thus produced will have to be distributed among the individuals of the society. The allocation of the limited resources and the distribution of the final mix of goods and services are two of the basic economic problems faced by the society. In reality, any economy is much more complex compared to the society discussed above. In the light of what we have learned about the society, let us now discuss the fundamental concerns of the discipline of economics, some of which we shall study throughout this book. Central problems of an economy: production, exchange, and consumption of goods and services are among the basic economic activities of life. In the course of these basic economic activities, every society has to face scarcity of resources, and it is the scarcity of resources that gives rise to the problem of choice. The scarce resources of an economy have competing uses. In other words, every society has to decide on how to use its scarce resources. The problems of an economy are very often summarized as follows. What is produced and in what quantities? Every society must decide on how much of each of the many possible goods and services it will produce, whether to produce more food, clothing, housing, or to have more of luxury goods, whether to have more agricultural goods or to have industrial products and services, whether to use more resources in education and health or to use more resources in building military services, whether to have more of basic education or more of higher education, whether to have more of consumption goods or to have investment goods like machine which will boost production and consumption tomorrow. How are these goods produced? Every society has to decide on how much of which of the resources to use in the production of each of the different goods and services, whether to use more labor or more machines, which of the available technologies to adopt in the production of each of the goods. For whom are these goods produced? Who cares how much of the goods that are produced in the economy? How should the produce of the economy be distributed among the individuals in the economy? Who gets more and who gets less? Whether or not to ensure a minimum amount for consumption for everyone in the economy. Whether or not elementary education and basic health services should be available freely for everyone in the economy. Thus, every economy faces the problem of allocating the scarce resources to the production of different possible goods and services and of distributing the produced goods and services among the individuals within the economy. The allocation of scarce resource and the distribution of the final goods and services are the central problems of any economy. Production possibility frontier. Just as individuals face scarcity of resources, the resources of an economy as a whole are always limited in comparison to what the people in the economy collectively want to have. The scarce resources have alternative uses, and every society has to decide on how much of each of the resources to use in the production of different goods and services. In other words, every society has to determine how to allocate its scarce resources to different goods and services. An allocation of the scarce resource of the economy gives rise to a particular combination of different goods and services. Given the total amount of resources, it is possible to allocate the resources in many different ways and thereby achieving different mixes of all possible goods and services. The collection of all possible combination of the goods and services that can be produced from a given amount of resources and a given stock of technological knowledge is called the production possibility set of the economy. Example: consider an economy which can produce corn or cotton by using its resources. Table 1.1 gives some of the combination of corns and cotton that the economy can produce when its resources are fully utilized. If all the resources are used in the production of corn, the maximum amount of corn that can be produced is 4 units, and if all resources are used in the production of cotton, at the most 10 units of cotton can be produced. The economy can produce 1 unit of corn and 9 units of cotton, or 2 units of corn and 7 units of cotton, or 3 units of corn and 4 units of cotton. There can be many other possibilities. The figure illustrates the production possibilities of the economy. Any point on or below the curve represents a combination of corn and cotton that can be produced with the economy's resources. The curve gives the maximum amount of corn that can be produced in the economy for any given amount of cotton and vice versa. This curve is called the production possibility frontier. The production possibility frontier gives the combinations of corn and cotton that can be produced when the resources of the economy are fully utilized. Note that a point lying strictly below the production possibility frontier represents a combination of corn and cotton that will be produced when all or some of the resources are either underemployed or are utilized in a wasteful fashion. If more of the scarce resources are used in the production of corn, less resources are available for the production of cotton and vice versa. Therefore, if we want to have more of one of the goods, we will have less of the other good. Thus, there is always a cost of having a little more of one good in terms of the amount of the other good that has to be foregone. This is known as the opportunity cost of an additional unit of the goods. Every economy has to choose one of the many possibilities that it has. In other words, one of the central problems of the economy is to choose from one of the many production possibilities. Note that the concept of opportunity cost is applicable to the individual as well as the society. The concept is very important and is widely used in economics. Because of its importance in economics, sometimes opportunity cost is also called the economic cost. Organization of economic activities. Basic problems can be solved either by the free interaction of the individuals pursuing their own objectives, as it is done in the market, or in a planned manner by some central authority like the government. The centrally planned economy. In a centrally planned economy, the government or the central authority plans all the important activities in the economy. All important decisions regarding production, exchange, and consumption of goods and services are made by the government. The central authority may try to achieve a particular allocation of resources and a consequent distribution of the final combination of goods and services, which is thought to be desirable for society as a whole. For example, if it is found that a good or service which is very important for the prosperity and well-being of the economy as a whole. Example, education or health service is not produced in adequate amount by the individuals on their own. The government might try to induce the individuals to produce adequate amount of such a good or service, or alternatively the government may itself decide to produce the good or service in question. In a different context, if some people in the economy get so little a share of the final mix of goods and services produced in the economy that their survival is at stake, then the central authority may intervene and try to achieve an equitable distribution of the final mix of goods and services. The market economy. In contrast to centrally planned economy, in a market economy, all economic activities are organized through the market. A market, as studied in economics, is an institution which organizes the free interaction of individuals pursuing their respective economic activities. Market and institution is usually defined as an organization with some purpose. In other words, a market is a set of arrangements where economic agents can freely exchange their endowments or products with each other. It is important to note that the term market as used in economics is quite different from the common sense understanding of a market. In particular, it has nothing as such to do with the marketplace as you might tend to think of. For buying and selling commodities, individuals may or may not meet each other in an actual physical location. Interaction between buyers and sellers can take place in a variety of situations such as village chowk or a super bazaar in a city. Or alternatively, buyers and sellers can interact with each other through telephone or internet and conduct the exchange of commodities. The arrangements which allow people to buy and sell commodities freely are the defining features of a market. For the smooth functioning of any system, it is imperative that there is coordination in the activities of the different constituent parts of the system. Otherwise, there can be chaos. You may wonder as to what are the forces which bring the coordination between the activities of millions of isolated individuals in a market system. In a market system, all goods or services come with a price, which is mutually agreed upon by the buyers and sellers, at which the exchanges takes place. The price reflects, on an average, the society's valuation of the good or service in question. If the buyers demand more of a certain good, the price of that good will rise. This signals to the producers of that good that the society as a whole wants more of that good than it is currently being produced, and the producers of the good in turn are likely to increase their production. In this way, prices of goods and services send important information to all the individuals across the market and help achieve coordination in a market system. Thus, in a market system, the central problems regarding how much and what to produce are solved through the coordination of economic activities brought about by the price signals. In reality, all economics are mixed economics, where some important decisions are taken by the government and the economic activities are by and large conducted through the market. The only difference is in terms of the extent of the role of the government in deciding the course of economic activities. In the United States of America, the role of government is minimal. The closest example of a centrally planned economy is the China for the major part of the 20th century. In India, since independence, the government has played a major role in planning economic activities. However, the role of the government in the Indian economy has been reduced considerably in the last couple of decades. Positive and normative economics. It was mentioned earlier that in principle there are more than one ways of solving the central problems of an economy. These different mechanisms in general are likely to give rise to different solutions to those problems, thereby resulting in different allocations of the resources and also different distribution of the final mix of goods and services produced in the economy. Therefore, it is important to understand which of these alternative mechanisms is more desirable for the economy as a whole. In economics, we try to analyze the different mechanisms and figure out the outcomes which are likely to result under each of these mechanisms. We also try to evaluate the mechanisms by studying how desirable the outcomes resulting from them are. Often a distinction is made between positive economic analysis and normative economic analysis, depending on whether we are trying to figure out how a particular mechanism functions or we are trying to evaluate it. In positive economic analysis, we study how the different mechanisms function, and in normative economics, we try to understand whether these mechanisms are desirable or not. However, this distinction between positive and normative economic analysis is not a very sharp one. The positive and the normative issues involved in the study of the central economic problems are very closely related to each other, and a proper understanding of one is not possible in isolation to the other. Microeconomics and macroeconomics. Traditionally, the subject matter of economics has been studied under two broad branches, microeconomics and macroeconomics. In microeconomics, we study the behavior of individual economic agents in the markets for different goods and services, and try to figure out how prices and quantities of goods and services are determined through the interaction of individuals in these markets. In macroeconomics, on the other hand, we try to get an understanding of the economy as a whole by focusing our attention on aggregate measures such as total output, employment, and aggregate price level. Here, we are interested in finding out how the levels of these aggregate measures are determined and how the levels of these aggregate measures change over time. Some of the important questions that are studied in macroeconomics are as follows. What is the level of total output in the economy? How is the total output determined? How does the total output grow over time? Are the resources of the economy, example labor, fully employed? What are the reasons behind the unemployment of resources? Why do prices rise? Thus, instead of studying the different markets as is done in macroeconomics, we try to study the behavior of aggregate or macro measures of the performance of the economy. Plan of the book. This book is meant to introduce you to the basic ideas in macroeconomics. In this book, we will focus on the behavior of individual consumers and producers of a single commodity and try to analyze how the price and the quantity is determined in the market for a single commodity. In Chapter 2, we shall study the consumer's behavior. Chapter 3 deals with basic ideas of production and cost. In Chapter 4, we study the producer's behavior. In Chapter 5, we shall study how price and quantity is determined in a perfectly competitive market for a commodity. Chapter 6 studies some other forms of market. तो ये है इस चैप्टर का एक्सरसाइज, और इसी के साथ हमने चैप्टर 1 कंप्लीट कर दिया है। तो अगर आप चैनल पर नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको नए वीडियो के अपडेट्स मिल सके। साथ ही अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके। तो हमारा यह सेशन यहीं तक था। थैंक यू, थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज के वीडियो में हम देखने वाले हैं एनसीईआरटी क्लास 12 का इकोनॉमिक्स, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 3 जो कि है प्रोडक्शन एंड कॉस्ट। तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर। In the previous chapter, we have discussed the behavior of the consumers. In this chapter as well as in the next, we shall examine the behavior of a producer. Production is the process by which inputs are transformed into output. Production is carried out by a producer or farms. A farm acquires different inputs like labor, machines, land, raw materials, etc. It uses these inputs to produce output. This output can be consumed by consumers or used by other farms for further production. For example, a tailor uses a sewing machine, cloth, thread, and his own labor to produce shirts. A farmer uses his land, labor, a tractor, seed, fertilizer, water, etc. to produce wheat. A car manufacturer uses land for a factory, machinery, labor, and various other inputs, steel, aluminum, rubber, etc. to produce cars. A rickshaw puller uses a rickshaw and his own labor to produce rickshaw rides. A domestic helper uses her labor to produce cleaning services. We make certain simplifying assumptions to start with. Production is instantaneous. In our very simple model of production, no time elapses between the combination of the inputs and the production of the output. We also tend to use the terms production and supply synonymously and often interchangeably. In order to acquire inputs, a farm has to pay for them. This is called the cost of production. Once output has been produced, the farm sells it in the market and earns revenue. The difference between the revenue and the cost is called the farm's profit. We assume that the objective of a farm is to earn the maximum profit that it can. In this chapter, we will discuss the relationship between inputs and output. Then we look at the cost structure of the farm. We do this to be able to identify the output at which farm's profits are maximum. Production function. The production function of a farm is a relationship between inputs used and output produced by the farm. For various quantities of inputs used, it gives the maximum quantity of output that can be produced. Consider the farmer we mentioned above. For simplicity, we assume that the farmer uses only two inputs to produce wheat, land and labor. A production function tells us the maximum amount of wheat he can produce for a given amount of land that he uses and a given number of hours of labor that he performs. Suppose that he uses 2 hours of labor per day and 1 hectare of land to produce a maximum of 2 tons of wheat. Then a function that describes this relation is called a production function. One possible example of the form this could take is Q equals to K into L, where Q is the amount of wheat produced, K is the area of land in hectares, L is the number of hours of work done in a day. Describing a production function in this manner tells us the exact relation between inputs and outputs. If either K or L increase, Q will also increase. For any L and any K, there will be only one Q. Since by definition we are taking the maximum output for any level of inputs, a production function deals only with the efficient use of inputs. Efficiency implies that it is not possible to get any more output from the same level of inputs. A production function is defined for a given technology. It is the technological knowledge that determines the maximum levels of output that can be produced using different combinations of input. If the technology improves, the maximum levels of output obtainable for different input combination increases. We then have a new production function. The inputs that a farm uses in the production process are called factors of production. In order to produce output, a farm may require any number of different inputs. However, for the time being, here we consider a farm that produces output using only two factors of production, labor and capital. Our production function therefore tells us the maximum quantity of output Q that can be produced by using different combination of these two factors of productions, labor and capital. We may write the production function as Q equals to F of LK, where L is the labor and K is the capital, and Q is the maximum output that can be produced. A numerical example of production function is given in table 3.1. The left column shows the amount of labor and the top row shows the amount of capital. As we move to the right along any row, capital increases and as we move down along any column, labor increases. For different values of the two factors, the table shows the corresponding output levels. For example, with 1 unit of labor and 1 unit of capital, the farm can produce at most 1 unit of output. With 2 units of labor and 2 units of capital, it can produce at most 10 units of output. With 3 units of labor and 2 units of capital, it can produce at most 18 units of output, and so on. In our example, both the inputs are necessary for the production. If any of the inputs becomes 0, there will be no production. With both inputs positive, output will be positive. As we increase the amount of any input, output increases. Isoquant. In chapter 2, we have learned about indifference curves. Here we introduce a similar concept known as isoquant. It is just an alternative way of representing the production function. Consider a production function with two inputs, labor and capital. An isoquant is the set of all possible combinations of the two inputs that yield the same maximum possible level of output. Each isoquant represents a particular level of output and is labeled with that amount of output. Let us return to table 3.1. Notice that the output of 10 units can be produced in three ways: 4L 1K, 2L 2K, 1L 4K. All these combinations of LK lie on the same isoquant, which represents the level of output 10. Can you identify the sets of inputs that will lie on the isoquant Q equals to 50? The diagram here generalizes this concept. We place L on the x-axis and K on the y-axis. We have three isoquants for the three output levels, namely Q equals to Q1, Q equals to Q2 and Q equals to Q3. Two input combinations L1K2 and L2K1 gives us the same level of output Q1. If we fix capital at K1 and increase labor to L3, output increases and we reach a higher isoquant Q equals to Q2. When marginal products are positive with greater amount of one input, the same level of output can be produced only using lesser amount of the other. Therefore, isoquants are negatively sloped. The short run and the long run. Before we begin with any further analysis, it is important to discuss two concepts, the short run and the long run. In the short run, at least one of the factors, labor or capital, cannot be varied and therefore remains fixed. In order to vary the output level, the firm can vary only the other factor. The factor that remains fixed is called the fixed factor, whereas the other factor which the firm can vary is called the variable factor. Consider the example represented through table 3.1. Suppose in the short run, capital remains fixed at 4 units, then the corresponding column shows the different levels of output that the firm may produce using different quantities of labor in the short run. In the long run, all factors of production can be varied. A firm, in order to produce different levels of output in the long run, may vary both the inputs simultaneously. So, in the long run, there is no fixed factor. For any particular production process, long run generally refers to a longer time period than the short run. For different production processes, the long run periods may be different. It is not advisable to define short run and long run in terms of, say, days, months, or years. We define a period as long run or short run simply by looking at whether all the inputs can be varied or not. Total product, average product, and marginal product. Total product. Suppose we vary a single input and keep all other inputs constant, then for different levels of that input, we get different levels of output. This relationship between the variable input and output, keeping all other inputs constant, is often referred to as total product of the variable input. Let us again look at table 3.1. Suppose capital is fixed at 4 units. Now in table 3.1, we look at the columns where capital takes the value 4. As we move along the column, we get the output values for different values of labor. This is the total product of labor scheduled with K2 equals to 4. This is also sometimes called total return or total physical product of the variable input. This is shown again in the second column of table 3.2. Once we have defined total product, it will be useful to define the concept of average product and marginal product. They are useful in order to describe the contribution of the variable input to the production process. Average product. Average product is defined as the output per unit of variable input. We calculate it as APL equals to TPL by L. The last column of table 3.2 gives us a numerical example of average product of labor with capital fixed at 4 for the production function described in table 3.1. Values in this column are obtained by dividing TP by L. Marginal product. Marginal product of an input is defined as the change in output per unit of change in the input when all other inputs are held constant. When capital is held constant, the marginal product of labor is MP of L equals to change in output by change in input equals to del TPL by del L, where del represents the change of variable. The third column of table 3.2 gives us a numerical example of marginal product of labor with capital fixed at 4 for the production function described in table 3.1. Values in this column are obtained by dividing change in TP by change in L. For example, when L changes from 1 to 2, TP changes from 10 to 24. MPL equals to TP at L units minus TP at L minus 1 unit. Here change in TP equals to 24 minus 10 equals to 10. Change in L equals to 1. Marginal product of the second unit of labor equals to 14 by 1 equals to 14. Since inputs cannot take negative values, marginal product is undefined at 0 level of input employment. For any level of an input, the sum of marginal products of every preceding unit of that input gives the total product. So total product is the sum of marginal products. Average product of an input at any level of employment is the average of all marginal products up to that level. Average and marginal products are often referred to as average and marginal returns, respectively, to the variable input. The law of diminishing marginal product and the law of variable proportions. If we plot the data in table 3.2 on graph paper, placing labor on the x-axis and output on the y-axis, we get the curve shown in the diagram below. Let us examine what is happening to TP. Notice that TP increases as labor input increases, but the rate at which it increases is not constant. An increase in labor from 1 to 2 increases TP by 10 units. An increase in labor from 2 to 3 increases TP by 12. The rate at which TP increases, as explained above, is shown by the MP. Notice that MP first increases up to 3 units of labor and then begins to fall. This tendency of MP to first increase and then fall is called the law of variable proportion or the law of diminishing marginal product. Law of variable proportion says that the marginal product of a factor input initially rises with its employment level, but after reaching a certain level of employment, it starts falling. Why does this happen? In order to understand this, we first define the concept of factor proportions. Factor proportions represent the ratio in which the two inputs are combined to produce output. As we hold one factor fixed and keep increasing the other, the factor proportions change. Initially, as we increase the amount of the variable input, the factor proportions become more and more suitable for the production and marginal product increases. But after a certain level of employment, the production process becomes too crowded with the variable input. Suppose table 3.2 describes the output of a farmer who has 4 hectares of land and can choose how much labor he wants to use. If he uses only one worker, he has too much land for the worker to cultivate alone. As he increases the number of workers, the amount of labor per unit land increases, and these workers add proportionally more and more to the total output. Marginal product increases in this phase. When the fourth worker is hired, the land begins to get crowded. Each worker now has insufficient land to work efficiently, so the output added by each additional worker is now proportionally less. The marginal product begins to fall. We can use this observation to describe the general shapes of the TP, MP, and AP curves as below. Shapes of total product, marginal product, and average product curves. An increase in the amount of one of the inputs keeping all other inputs constant results in an increase in output. Table 3.2 shows how the total product changes as the amount of labor increases. The total product curve in the input-output plane is a positively sloped curve. Figure 3.1 shows the shape of the total product curve for a typical farm. We measure units of labor along the horizontal axis and output along the vertical axis. With L units of labor, the farm can at most produce Q1 units of output. According to the law of variable proportions, the marginal product of an input initially rises and then after a certain level of employment it starts falling. The MP curve therefore looks like an inverse U-shaped curve as in figure 3.2. Let us now see what the AP curve looks like. For the first unit of the variable input, one can easily check that the MP and the AP are same. Now as we increase the amount of input, the MP rises. AP, being the average of marginal products, also rises, but rises less than MP. Then after a point the MP starts falling. However, as long as the value of MP remains higher than the value of the AP continues to rise. Once MP has fallen sufficiently, its value becomes less than the AP and the AP also starts falling. So AP curve is also inverse U-shaped. As long as the AP increases, it must be the case that MP is greater than AP. Otherwise, AP cannot rise. Similarly, when AP falls, MP has to be less than AP. It follows that MP curve curves AP curve from above at its maximum. Figure 3.2 shows the shape of AP and MP curves for a typical farm. The AP of factor 1 is maximum at L. To the left of L, AP is rising and MP is greater than AP. To the right of L, AP is falling and MP is less than AP. Returns to scale. The law of variable proportion arises because factor proportion change as long as one factor is held constant and the other is increased. What if both factors can change? Remember that this can happen only in the long run. One special case in the long run occurs when both factors are increased by the same proportion or factors are scaled up. When a proportional increase in all inputs results in an increase in output by the same proportion, the production function is said to display constant returns to scale (CRS). When a proportional increase in all inputs results in an increase in output by a larger proportion, the production function is said to display increasing returns to scale (IRS). Decreasing returns to scale (DRS) holds when a proportional increase in all inputs results in an increase in output by a smaller proportion. For example, suppose in a production process all inputs get doubled as a result. If the output gets doubled, the production function exhibits CRS. If the output is less than doubled, then DRS holds, and if it is more than doubled, then IRS holds. Returns to scale. Consider a production function Q equals to f of x1 x2, where the farm produces Q amount of output using x1 amount of factor 1 and x2 amount of factor 2. Now suppose the farm decides to increase the employment level of both the factor t greater than 1 times. Mathematically, we can say that the production function exhibits constant returns to scale if we have f of tx1 tx2 equals to t into f of x1 x2. That means the new output level f of tx1 tx2 is exactly t times the previous output level f of x1 x2. Similarly, the production function exhibits increasing returns to scale if f of tx1 tx2 greater than t into f of x1 x2. It exhibits the decreasing returns to scale if f of tx1 tx2 less than t into f of x1 x2. Cost. In order to produce output, the farm needs to employ inputs, but a given level of output typically can be produced in many ways. There can be more than one input combinations with which a farm can produce a desired level of output. In table 3.1, we can see that 50 units of output can be produced by 3 different input combinations. L equals to 6, K equals to 3, L equals to 4, K equals to 4, and L equals to 3, K equals to 6. The question is, which input combination will the farm choose? With the input prices given, it will choose that combination of inputs which is least expensive. So, for every level of output, the farm chooses the least cost input combination. Thus, the cost function describes the least cost of producing each level of output given prices of factors of production and technology. Cobb-Douglas production function. Consider a production function q equals to x1 to the power alpha, x2 to the power beta, where alpha and beta are constants. The firm produces q amount of output using x1 amount of factor 1 and x2 amount of factor 2. This is called a Cobb-Douglas production function. Suppose with x1 equals to x1 bar and x2 equals to x2 bar, we have q0 units of outputs. That means q0 equals to x1 bar to the power alpha, x2 bar to the power beta. If we increase both the inputs t greater than 1 times, we get the new output q1 equals to tx1 bar to the power alpha, tx2 to the power bar to the power beta equals to t to the power alpha plus beta, k1 bar to the power alpha, k2 bar to the power beta. Where alpha plus beta equals to 1, we have q1 equals to tq0, that is the output increases t times. So the production function exhibits CRS. Similarly, when alpha plus beta greater than 1, the production function exhibits IRS. When alpha plus beta less than 1, the production function exhibits DRS. Short run cost. We have previously discussed the short run and the long run. In the short run, some of the factors of production cannot be varied and therefore remains fixed. The cost that a firm incurs to employ these fixed inputs is called the total fixed cost, TFC. Whatever amount of output the firm produces, this cost remains fixed for the firm. To produce any required level of output, the firm in the short run can adjust only variable inputs. Accordingly, the cost that a firm incurs to employ these variable inputs is called the total variable cost. Adding the fixed and the variable cost, we get the total cost of a firm. TC equals to TVC plus TFC. In order to increase the production of output, the firm must employ more of the variable inputs. As a result, total variable cost and total cost will increase. Therefore, as output increases, total variable cost and total cost increase. In table 3.3, we have an example of cost functions of a typical firm. The first column shows different levels of output. For all levels of output, the total fixed cost is ₹20. Total variable cost increases as output increases. With output 0, TVC is 0. For 1 unit of output, TVC is ₹10. For 2 units of output, TVC is ₹18 and so on. In the fourth column, we obtain the total cost as the sum of the corresponding values in the second column, TFC, and the third column, TVC. At 0 level of output, TC is just the fixed cost and hence equal to ₹20. For 1 unit of output, total cost is ₹30. For 2 units of output, the TC is ₹38 and so on. The short run average cost incurred by firm is defined as the total cost per unit of output. We calculate it as SAC equals to TC by Q. In table 3.3, we get the SAC column by dividing the values of the fourth column by the corresponding values of the first column. A 0 output SAC is undefined. For the first unit, SAC is ₹30. For 2 units of output, SAC is ₹19 and so on. Similarly, the average variable cost ABC is defined as the total variable cost per unit of output. We calculate it as ABC equals to TBC by Q. Also, average fixed cost AFC is AFC equals to TFC by Q. Clearly, SAC equals to ABC plus AFC. In table 3.3, we get the AFC column by dividing the values of the second column by the corresponding values of the first column. Similarly, we get the ABC column by dividing the values of the third column by the corresponding values of the first column. At 0 level of output, both AFC and ABC are undefined. For the first unit of output, AFC is ₹20 and ABC is ₹10. Adding them, we get the SAC equal to ₹30. The short run marginal cost SMC is defined as the change in total cost per unit of change in output. SMC equals to change in total cost by change in output equals to del C upon del Q, where del represents the change in the value of the variable. The last column in table 3.3 gives a numerical example for the calculation of SMC. Values in this column are obtained by dividing the change in TC by the change in output at each level of output. Thus, at Q equals to 5, change in TC equals to TC at Q equals to 5 minus TC at Q equals to 4 equals to 53 minus 49 equals to 4. Change in Q equals to 1. SMC equals to 4 by 1 equals to 4. Just like the case of marginal product, marginal cost also is undefined at zero level of output. It is important to note here that in the short run, fixed cost cannot be changed. When we change the level of output, whatever change occurs to total cost is entirely due to the change in total variable cost. So in the short run, marginal cost is the increase in TVC due to the increase in production of one extra unit of output. For any level of output, the sum of marginal cost up to that level gives us the total variable cost at that level. One may wish to check this from the example represented through table 3.3. Average variable cost at some level of output is therefore the average of all marginal cost up to that level. In table 3.3, we see that when the output is 0, SMC is undefined. For the first unit of output, SMC is rupees 10. For the second unit, the SMC is rupees 8 and so on. Shapes of the short-run cost curves. Now let us see what these short-run cost curves look like. You could plot the data from table 3.3 by placing output on the x-axis and cost on the y-axis. Previously, we have discussed that in order to increase the production of output, the farm needs to employ more of the variable inputs. This results in an increase in total variable cost and hence an increase in total cost. Therefore, as output increases, total variable cost and total cost increase. Total fixed cost, however, is independent of the amount of output produced and remains constant for all levels of production. Figure 3.3 illustrates the shapes of total fixed cost, total variable cost, and total cost curves for a typical farm. We place output on the x-axis and cost on the y-axis. TFC is a constant which takes the value C1 and does not change with the change in output. It is therefore a horizontal straight line cutting the cost axis at the point C1. At Q1, TVC is C2 and TC is C3. AFC is the ratio of TFC to Q. TFC is a constant, therefore as Q increases, AFC decreases. When output is very close to 0, AFC is arbitrarily large, and as output moves towards infinity, AFC moves towards 0. AFC curve is in fact a rectangular hyperbola. If we multiply any value Q of output with its corresponding AFC, we always get a constant, namely TFC. Figure 3.4 shows the shape of average fixed cost curve for a typical farm. We measure output along the horizontal axis and AFC along the vertical axis. At Q1 level of output, we get the corresponding average fixed cost at F. The TFC can be calculated as TFC equals to AFC into quantity equals to OF into OQ1 equals to the area of the rectangle OFC Q1. We can also calculate AFC from TFC curve. In figure 3.5, the horizontal straight line cutting the vertical axis at F is the TFC curve. At Q0 level of output, total fixed cost is equals to OF. At Q0, the corresponding point on the TFC curve is A. Let the angle AOQ0 Q0 be theta. The AFC at Q0 is AFC equals to TFC by quantity equals to AQ0 by OQ0 equals to tan theta. Let us now look at the SMC curve. Marginal cost is the additional cost that a farm incurs to produce one extra unit of output. According to the law of variable proportion, initially the marginal product of a factor increases as employment increases, and then after a certain point it decreases. This means initially to produce every extra unit of output, the requirement of the factor becomes less and less, and then after a certain point it becomes greater and greater. As a result, with the factor price given. Initially the SMC falls and then after a certain point it rises. SMC curve is therefore U-shaped. At zero level of output, SMC is undefined. The TBC at a particular level of output is given by the area under the SMC curve up to that level. Now, what does the ABC curve look like? For the first unit of output, it is easy to check that SMC and ABC are the same. So, both SMC and ABC curves start from the same point. Then, as output increases, SMC falls. ABC, being the average of marginal cost, also falls, but falls less than SMC. Then, after a point, SMC starts rising. ABC, however, continues to fall as long as the value of SMC remains less than the prevailing value of ABC. Once the SMC has risen sufficiently, its value becomes greater than the value of ABC. The ABC then starts rising. The ABC curve is therefore U-shaped. As long as ABC is falling, SMC must be less than the ABC. As ABC rises, SMC must be greater than the ABC. So the SMC curve cuts the ABC curve from below at the minimum point of ABC. In figure 3.7, we measure output along the horizontal axis and TBC along the vertical axis. At Q0 level of output, OV is the total variable cost. Let the angle EOQ0 be equal to theta. Then at Q0, the ABC can be calculated as ABC equals to TBC by output equals to EQ0 by OQ0 equals to tan theta. In figure 3.6, we measure output along the horizontal axis and ABC along the vertical axis. At Q0 level of output, ABC is equal to OV. The total variable cost at Q0 is TBC equals to ABC into quantity equals to OV into OQ0 equals to the area of the rectangle OVBQ0. Let us now look at SAC. SAC is the sum of ABC and AFC. Initially, both ABC and AFC decrease as output increases. Therefore, SAC initially falls. After a certain level of output production, ABC starts rising, but AFC continues to fall. Initially, the fall in AFC is greater than the rise in ABC and SAC is still falling. But after a certain level of production, rise in ABC becomes larger than the fall in AFC. From this point onwards, SAC is rising. SAC curve is therefore U-shaped. It lies above the ABC curve with the vertical difference being equal to the value of AFC. The minimum point of SAC curve lies to the right of the minimum point of ABC curve. Similar to the case of ABC and SMC, as long as SAC is falling, SMC is less than the SAC. When SAC is rising, SMC is greater than the SAC. SMC curve cuts the SAC curve from below at the minimum point of SAC. From figure 3.8, the shapes of short-run marginal cost, average variable cost, and short-run average cost curves for a typical farm. ABC reaches its minimum at Q1 units of output. To the left of Q1, ABC is falling and SMC is less than ABC. To the right of Q1, ABC is rising and SMC is greater than ABC. SMC curve cuts the ABC curve at P, which is the minimum point of ABC curve. The minimum point of SAC curve is S, which corresponds to the output Q2. It is intersection point between SMC and SAC curves. To the left of Q2, SAC is falling and SMC is less than SAC. To the right of Q2, SAC is rising and SMC is greater than SAC. Long run cost. In the long run, all inputs are variable. There are no fixed costs. The total cost and the total variable cost therefore coincide in the long run. Long run average cost LRAC is defined as cost per unit of output. That means LRAC equals to TC by Q. Long run marginal cost LRMC is the change in the total cost per unit of change in output. When output changes in discrete units, then if we increase production from Q1 minus to Q1 units of output, the marginal cost of production Q1th unit will be measured as LRMC equals to TC at Q1 units minus TC at Q1 minus 1 units. Just like the short run, in the long run, the sum of all marginal costs up to some output level gives us the total cost at that level. Shapes of the long run cost curves. We have previously discussed the returns to scales. Now let us see their implications for the shape of LRSC. IRS implies that if we increase all the inputs by a certain proportion, output increases by more than that proportion. In other words, to increase output by a certain proportion, inputs need to be increased by less than that proportion. With the input prices given, cost also increases by a lesser proportion. For example, suppose we want to double the output. To do that, input needs to be increased, but less than double. The cost that the farm incurs to hire those inputs, therefore, also need to be increased, but by less than double. What is happening to average cost here? It must be the case that as long as IRS operates, average cost falls as the farm increases output. DRS implies that if we want to increase the output by a certain proportion, inputs need to be increased by more than that proportion. As a result, cost also increases by more than that proportion. So, as long as DRS operates, the average cost must be rising as the farm increases output. CRS implies a proportional increase in inputs resulting in a proportional increase in output. So, the average cost remains constant as long as CRS operates. It is argued that in a typical farm, IRS is observed at the initial level of production. This is then followed by the CRS and then by the DRS. Accordingly, the LRSC curve is a U-shaped curve. Its downward sloping part corresponds to IRS and upward rising part corresponds to DRS. At the minimum point of the LRSC curve, CRS is observed. Let us check how the LRMC curve looks like. For the first unit of output, both LRMC and LRSC are the same. Then as output increases, LRSC initially falls and then after a certain point it rises. As long as average cost is falling, marginal cost must be less than the average cost. When the average cost is rising, marginal cost must be greater than the average cost. LRMC curve is therefore a U-shaped curve. It curves the LRSC curve from below at the minimum point of the LRSC. Figure 3.9 shows the shapes of the long-run marginal cost and the long-run average cost curves for a typical farm. LRSC reaches its minimum at Q1. To the left of Q1, LRSC is falling and LRMC is less than the LRSC curve. To the right of Q1, LRSC is rising and LRMC is higher than LRSC. तो ये है इस चैप्टर का समरी और ये है इस चैप्टर के एक्सरसाइजेस और इसी के साथ हमारा चैप्टर नंबर 3 कंप्लीट हो गया है। तो अगर आप चैनल पे नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको सारे वीडियोस के अपडेट्स मिल सकें। और अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके। तो आज के वीडियो में हमने चैप्टर 3 कंप्लीट कर दिया है। तो हमारा ये वीडियो यहीं तक था। थैंक यू, थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज के वीडियो में हम देखने वाले हैं NCERT इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 4 जो कि है द थ्योरी ऑफ फार्म अंडर परफेक्ट कंपटीशन। तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर। In the previous chapter, we studied concepts related to a farm's production, function, and cost curves. The focus of this chapter is different. Here we ask, how does a farm decide how much to produce? Our answer to this question is by no means simple or uncontroversial. We base our answer on a critical, if somewhat unreasonable, assumption about farm behavior. A farm, we maintain, is a ruthless profit maximizer. So the amount that a farm produces and sells in the market is that which maximizes its profit. Here we also assume that the farm sells whatever it produces, so that output and quantity sold are often used interchangeably. The structure of this chapter is as follows. We first set up and examine in detail the profit maximization problem of a farm. Then we derive a farm supply curve. The supply curve shows the levels of output that a farm chooses to produce at different market prices. Finally, we study how to aggregate the supply curves of individual farms and obtain the market supply curve. Perfect competition. Defining features. In order to analyze a farm's profit maximization problem, we must first specify the market environment in which the farm functions. In this chapter, we study a market environment called perfect competition. A perfectly competitive market has the following defining features. The market consists of a large number of buyers and sellers. Each farm produces and sells a homogeneous product. That means the product of one farm cannot be differentiated from the product of any other farm. Entry into the market as well as exit from the market are free for farms. Information is perfect. The existence of a large number of buyers and sellers means that each individual buyer and seller is very small compared to the size of the market. This means that no individual buyer or seller can influence the market by their size. Homogeneous products further mean that the product of each farm is identical, so a buyer can choose to buy from any farm in the market and she gets the same product. Free entry and exit mean that it is easy for the farms to enter the market as well as to leave it. This condition is essential for the large number of farms to exist. If entry was difficult or restricted, then the number of farms in the market could be small. Perfect information implies that all buyers and all sellers are completely informed about the price, quality, and other relevant details about the product as well as the market. These features result in the single most distinguishing characteristic of perfect competition: price taking behavior. From the viewpoint of a farm, what does price taking entail? A price taking farm believes that if it sets a price above the market price, it will be unable to sell any quantity of the good that it produces. On the other hand, should the set price be less than or equal to the market price, the farm can sell as many units of the goods as it wants to sell. From the viewpoint of a buyer, what does price taking entail? A buyer would obviously like to buy the good at the lowest possible price. However, a price-taking buyer believes that if she asks for a price below the market price, no farm will be willing to sell to her. On the other hand, should the price asked be greater than or equal to the market price, the buyer can obtain as many units of the goods as she desires to buy. Price taking is often thought to be a reasonable assumption when the market has many farms and buyers have perfect information about the price prevailing in the market. Why? Let us start with a situation where each farm in the market charges the same on market price. Suppose now that a certain farm raises its price above the market price. Observe that since all farms produce the same good and all buyers are aware of the market price, the farm in question loses all its buyers. Furthermore, as these buyers switch their purchases to other farms, no adjustment problems arise. The demand is readily accommodated when there are so many other farms in the market. Recall now that an individual farm's inability to sell any amount of the good at a price exceeding the market price is precisely what the price-taking assumption stipulates. Revenue. We have indicated that in a perfectly competitive market, a farm believes that it can sell as many units of the good as it wants by setting a price less than or equal to the market price. But if this is the case, surely there is no reason to set a price lower than the market price. In other words, should the farm desire to sell some amount of the good, the price that it sets is exactly equal to the market price. A farm earns revenue by selling the good that it produces in the market. Let the market price of a unit of good be P. Let Q be the quantity of the good produced and therefore sold by the farm at price P. And then total revenue TR of the farm is defined as the market price of the good P multiplied by the farm's output Q. Hence, TR equals to P into Q. To make matters concrete, consider the following numerical example. Let the market for candles be perfectly competitive and let the market price of a box of candles be rupees 10. For a candle manufacturer, table 4.1 shows how total revenue is related to output. Notice that when no box is sold, TR is equal to 0. If one box of candles is sold, TR is equal to 1 into rupees 10 equals to rupees 10. If two boxes of candles are produced, TR is equals to 2 into rupees 10 equals to rupees 20 and so on. We can depict how the total revenue changes as the quantity sold changes through a total revenue curve. A total revenue curve plots the quantity sold or output on the x-axis and the revenue earned on the y-axis. Figure 4.1 shows the total revenue curve of a farm. These three observations are relevant here. First, when the output is 0, the total revenue of the farm is also 0. Therefore, the TR curve passes through point 0. Second, the total revenue increases as the output goes up. Moreover, the equation TR equals to P into Q is that of a straight line. Because P is constant, this means that the TR curve is an upward rising straight line. Third, consider the slope of this straight line. When the output is 1 unit, horizontal distance OQ in figure 4.1, the total revenue vertical height AQ1 in figure 4.1 is P into 1 equals to P. Therefore, the slope of the straight line is AQ1 by OQ1 equals to P. The average revenue of a farm is defined as total revenue per unit of output. Recall that if farm's output is Q and the market price is P, then TR equals P into Q. Hence, AR equals to TR by Q equals P into Q by Q equals to P. In other words, for a price-taking farm, average revenue equals the market price. Now consider figure 4.2. Here we plot the average revenue or market price y-axis for different values of a farm's output x-axis. Since the market price is fixed at P, we obtain a horizontal straight line that curves the y-axis at a height equal to P. This horizontal straight line is called the price line. It is also the farm's AR curve under perfect competition. The price line also depicts the demand curve facing a farm. Also, that the demand curve is perfectly elastic. This means that a farm can sell as many units of goods as it wants to sell at price P. The marginal revenue MR of a farm is defined as the increase in the total revenue for a unit increase in the farm's output. Consider table 4.1 again. Total revenue from the sale of 2 boxes of candle is rupees 20. Total revenue from the sale of 3 boxes of candle is rupees 30. Marginal revenue MR equals to change in total revenue by change in quantity equals to 30 minus 20 by 3 minus 2 equals to 10. Is it a coincidence that this is the same as the price? Actually, it is not. Consider the situation when the farm's output changes from Q1 to Q2 given the market price P. MR equals to PQ2 minus PQ1 by PQ2 minus Q1 equals to P Q2 minus Q1 by Q2 minus Q1 equals to P. Thus, for the perfectly competitive farm, MR equals to AR equals to P. In other words, for a price-taking farm, marginal revenue equals the market price. Setting the algebra aside, the intuition for this result is quite simple. When a farm increases its output by 1 unit, this extra unit is sold at the market price. Hence, the farm's increase in total revenue from 1 unit output expansion, that is MR, is precisely the market price. Profit maximization. A farm produces and sells a certain amount of good. The farm's profit, denoted by pi, is defined to be the difference between its total revenue and its total cost of production. In other words, pi equals to TR minus TC. It is a convention in economics to denote profit with the Greek letter pi. Clearly, the gap between TR and DC is the firm's earnings net of cost. A firm wishes to maximize its profit. The firm would like to identify the quantity Q naught at which its profits are maximum. By definition, then at any quantity other than Q naught, the firm's profits are less than at Q naught. The critical question is, how do we identify Q naught? For profits to be maximum, three conditions must hold at Q naught. The price P must equal MC, marginal cost must be non-decreasing at Q naught. For the firm to continue to produce in the short run, price must be greater than the average variable cost, P greater than ABC. In the long run, price must be greater than the average cost, P greater than AC. Condition 1. Profits are the difference between total revenue and total cost. Both total revenue and total cost increase as output increases. Notice that as long as the change in the total revenue is greater than the change in total cost, profits will continue to increase. Recall that change in total revenue per unit increase in output is the marginal revenue, and the change in total cost per unit increase in output is the marginal cost. Therefore, we can conclude that as long as marginal revenue is greater than marginal cost, profits are increasing. By the same logic, as long as marginal revenue is less than the marginal cost, profits will fall. It follows that for profits to be maximum, marginal revenue should equal marginal cost. In other words, profits are maximum at the level of output which we have called Q naught, for which MR equals to MC. For the perfectly competitive firm, we have established that the MR equals to P, so the firm's profit maximizing output becomes the level of output at which P equals to MC. Condition 2. Consider the second condition that must hold when the profit maximizing output level is positive. Why is it the case that the marginal cost curve cannot slope downwards at the profit maximizing output level? To answer this question, refer once again to figure 4.3. Note that at output level Q1 and Q4, the market price is equal to the marginal cost. However, at the output level Q1, the marginal cost curve is downward sloping. We claim that Q1 cannot be a profit maximizing output level. Why? Observe that for all output levels slightly to the left of Q1, the market price is lower than the marginal cost. But the argument outlined in section 4.3 immediately implies that the firm's profit at an output level slightly smaller than Q1 exceeds that corresponding to the output level Q1. This is the case. Q1 cannot be a profit maximizing output level. Condition 3. Consider the third condition that must hold when the profit maximizing output level is positive. Notice that the third condition has two parts. One part applies in short run while the other applies in the long run. Case 1. Price must be greater than or equals to ABC in the short run. We will show that the statement of case 1 save up is true by arguing that a profit maximizing firm in the short run will not produce an output level where in the market prices is lower than the ABC. Let us turn to figure 4.4. Observe that at the output level Q1, the market price P is lower than the ABC. We claim that Q1 cannot be a profit maximizing output level. Why? Notice that the firm's total revenue at Q1 is as follows. TR equals to price into quantity equals to vertical height OP into width OQ1 equals to the area of the rectangle OPAQ1. Similarly, the firm's total variable cost at Q1 is as follows. TVC equals to average variable cost into quantity. The vertical equals to vertical height OE into width OQ1 equals to the area of rectangle OEBQ1. Now recall that the firm's profit at Q1 is TR minus TVC plus TFC. That is, the area of rectangle OPAQ1 minus the area of rectangle OEBQ1 minus TFC. What happens if the farm produces zero output? Since output is zero, TR and TVC are zero as well. Hence, the farm's profit at zero output is equals to minus TFC. But the area of rectangle OPAQ1 is strictly less than the area of rectangle OEBQ1. Hence, the farm's profit at Q1 is area EBAP minus TFC, which is strictly less than what it obtains by not producing at all. So, the farm will choose not to produce at all and exit from the market. Price must be greater than or equal to AC in the long run. We will show that the statement of case 2 is true by arguing that a profit maximizing farm in the long run will not produce at an output level wherein the market price is lower than the AC. Let us turn to figure 4.5. Observe that at the output level Q1, the market price P is lower than the long run AC. We claim that Q1 cannot be profit maximizing output level. Why? Notice that the farm's total revenue TR at Q1 is the area of the rectangle OPAQ1, the product of price and quantity, while the farm's total cost TC is the area of the rectangle OEBQ1, the product of average cost and quantity. Since the area of rectangle OEBQ1 is larger than the area of rectangle OPAQ1, the farm incurs a loss at the output level Q1. But in the long run setup, a farm that starts the production has a profit of 0. Again, the farm chooses to exit in this case. The profit maximization problem, graphical representation. Using the material in section 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3, let us graphically represent a farm's profit. Maximization problem in the short run. Consider figure 4.6. Notice that the market price is P, equating the market price with the short run marginal cost. We obtain the output level Q0. At Q0, observe that SMC slopes upwards and P exceeds ABC. Since the three conditions discussed in section 3.1, 3.3 are satisfied at Q0, we maintain that the profit maximizing output level of the farm is Q0. What happens at Q0? The total revenue of the farm at Q0 is the area of the rectangle OPAQ0, the product of price and quantity, while the total cost at Q0 is the area of rectangle OEBQ0, the product of short run average cost and quantity. So at Q0, the farm earns a profit equal to the area of the rectangle EPAB. Supply curve of a farm. The farm's supply is the quantity that it chooses to sell at a given price, given technology and given the prices of factors of production. A table describing the quantities sold by a farm at various prices, technology and prices of factors remaining unchanged is called a supply schedule. We may also represent the information as a graph called a supply curve. The supply curve of a farm shows the levels of output plotted on the x-axis that the farm chooses to produce corresponding to different values of the market price plotted on the y-axis, again keeping technology and prices of factors of production unchanged. We distinguish between the short run supply curve and the long run supply curve. Short run supply curve of a farm. Let us turn to figure 4.7 and derive a farm's short run supply curve. We shall split this derivation into two parts. We first determine the farm's profit maximizing output level when the market price is greater than or equal to the maximum ABC. This is done. We determine the farm's profit maximizing output level when the market price is less than the minimum ABC. Case 1. Price is greater than or equal to the minimum ABC. Suppose the market price is P1, which exceeds the minimum ABC. We start out by equating P1 with SMC on the rising part of the SMC curve. This leads to the output level Q1. Note also that the ABC at Q1 does not exceed the market price P1. Thus, all three conditions highlighted in section 3 are satisfied at Q1. Hence, when the market price is P1, the firm's output level in the short run is equal to Q1. Case 2. Price is less than the minimum ABC. Suppose the market price is P2, which is less than the minimum ABC. We have argued C. Condition 3 in section 3 that if a profit maximizing firm produces a positive output in the short run, then the market price P2 must be greater than or equal to the ABC at that output level. But notice from figure 4.7 that for all positive output levels, ABC strictly exceeds P2. In other words, it cannot be the case that the firm supplies a positive output. So if the market price is P2, the firm produces zero output. Combine cases 1 and 2, we reach an important conclusion. A firm's short-run supply curve is the rising part of the SMC curve from and above the minimum ABC, together with zero output for all prices strictly less than the minimum ABC. In figure 4.8, the bold line represents the short-run supply curve of the firm. Long-run supply curve of a firm. Let us turn to figure 4.9 and derive the firm's long-run supply curve as in the short-run case. We split the derivation into two parts. We first determine the firm's profit maximizing output level when the market price is greater than or equal to the minimum long-run EC. This done, we determine the firm's profit maximizing output level when the market price is less than the minimum long-run EC. Case 1. Price greater than or equal to the minimum LRAC. Suppose the market price is P, which exceeds the minimum LRAC. Upon equating P1 with LRMC on the rising part of the LRMC curve, we obtain output level Q1. Note also that the LRAC at Q1 does not exceed the market price P1. Thus, all three conditions highlighted in section 3 are satisfied at Q1. Hence, when the market price is P1, the firm supply in the long run become an output equal to Q1. Case 2. Price less than the minimum LRAC. Suppose the market price is P2, which is less than the minimum LRAC. We have argued that if a profit maximizing firm produces a positive output in the long run, the market price P2 must be greater than or equal to the LRAC at that output level. But notice from figure 4.9 that for all positive output levels, LRAC strictly exceeds P2. In other words, it cannot be the case that the firm supplies a positive output. So when the market price is P2, the firm produces zero output. Combining cases 1 and 2, we reach an important conclusion. A firm's long-run supply curve is the rising part of the LRMC curve from and above the minimum LRAC, together with zero output for all prices less than the minimum LRAC. In figure 4.10, the bold line represents the long-run supply curve of the firm. The shutdown point. Previously, while deriving the supply curve, we have discussed that in the short run, the firm continues to produce as long as the price remains greater than or equal to the minimum of ABC. Therefore, along the supply curve, as we move down the large price output combination, at which the firm produces positive output, is the point of minimum ABC. Where the SMC curve cuts the ABC curve, below this, there will be no production. This point is called the short-run shutdown point of the farm. In the long run, however, the shutdown point is the minimum of LRAC curve, the normal profit and break-even point. The minimum level of profit that is needed to keep a farm in the existing business is defined as normal profit. A farm that does not make normal profits is not going to continue in business. Normal profits are therefore a part of the farm's total cost. It may be useful to think of them as an opportunity cost for entrepreneurship. Profit that a farm earns over and above the normal profit is called the supernormal profit. In the long run, a farm does not produce if it earns anything less than the normal profit. In the short run, however, it may produce even if the profit is less than this level. The point on the supply curve at which a farm earns only normal profit is called the break-even point of the farm. The point of minimum average cost at which the supply curve cuts the LRAC curve in short-run SAC curve is therefore the break-even point of a farm. Opportunity cost. In economics, one often encounters the concept of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost of some activity is the gain foregone from the second best activity. Suppose you have rupees 1000 which you decide to invest in your family business. What is the opportunity cost of your action? If you do not invest this money, you can either keep it in the house safe, which will give you zero return, or you can deposit it in either Bank 1 or Bank 2, in which case you get an interest at the rate of 10% or 5% respectively. So the maximum benefit that you may get from the other alternative activities is the interest from the Bank 1. But this opportunity will no longer be there once you invest the money in your family business. The opportunity cost of investing the money in your family business is therefore the amount of foregone interest from the Bank 1. Determinants of a farm supply curve. In the previous section, we have seen that a farm supply curve is a part of its marginal cost curve. Thus, any factor that affects a farm's marginal cost curve is, of course, a determinant of a supply curve. In this section, we discuss two such factors. Technological progress. Suppose a farm uses two factors of production, say capital and labor, to produce a certain good. Subsequent to an organizational innovation by the farm, the same levels of capital and labor now produce more units of output. Put differentially, to produce a given level of output, the organizational innovation allows the farm to use fewer units of inputs. It is expected that this will lower the farm's marginal cost at any level of output. That is, there is a rightward or downward shift of the MC curve, as the farm supplies curve is essentially a segment of the MC curve. Technological progress shifts the supply curve of the farm to the right at any given market price. The farm now supplies more units of output. Input prices. A change in input prices also affects a farm supply curve. If the price of an input, say the wage rate of labor, increases, the cost of production rises. The consequent increase in the farm's average cost at any level of output is usually accompanied by an increase in the farm's marginal cost at any level of output. That is, there is a leftward or upward shift of the MC curve. This means that the farm supply curve shifts to the left. At any given market price, the farm now supplies fewer units of output. Impact of a unit tax on supply. A unit tax is a tax that the government imposes per unit sale of output. For example, suppose that the unit tax imposed by the government is rupees 2. Then if the farm produces and sells 10 units of good, the total tax that the farm must pay to the government is 10 into rupees 2 equals to rupees 20. How does the long run supply curve of a farm change when a unit tax is imposed? Let us turn to figure 4.11 before the unit tax is imposed. LRMC naught and LRAC naught are respectively the long run marginal cost curve, and the long run average cost curve of the farm. Now, suppose the government puts in place a unit tax of rupees T, since the farm must pay an extra rupees T for each unit of the good produced. The farm's long run average cost and long run marginal cost at any level of output increases by rupees T. In figure 4.11, LRMC1 and LRAC1 are respectively the long run marginal cost curve and the long run average cost curve of the farm upon imposition of the unit tax. Recall that the long run supply curve of a farm is the rising part of the LRMC curve from and above the minimum LRAC together with zero output for all prices less than the minimum LRAC. Using this observation in figure 4.12, it is immediate that S0 and S1 are respectively the long run supply curve of the farm before and after the imposition of the unit tax. Notice that the unit tax shifts the farm's long run supply curve to the left at any given market price. The farm now supplies fewer units of output. Market supply curve. The market supply curve shows the output levels plotted on the axes that farms in the market produce in aggregate corresponding to different values of the market price, plotted on the y-axis. How is the market supply curve derived? Consider a market with n farms, farm 1, farm 2, farm 3 and so on. Suppose the market price is fixed at P, then the output produced by the n farms is aggregate is supply of farm 1 at price P plus supply of farm 2 at price P plus supply of farm n at price P. In other words, the market supply at price P is the minimum of the summation of the supplies of individual farms at that price. Let us now construct the market supply curve geometrically with just two farms in the market, farm 1 and farm 2. The two farms have different cost structures. Farm 1 will not produce anything if the market price is less than P1, while farm 2 will not produce anything if the market price is less than P2 bar. Assume also that P2 bar is greater than P1 bar. In panel A of figure 4.13, we have the supply curve of farm 1 denoted by S1. In panel B, we have the supply curve of farm 2 denoted by S2. Panel C of figure 4.13 shows the market supply curve denoted by SM when the market price is strictly below P1 bar. Both farms choose not to produce any amount of the good, hence market supply will also be zero for all such prices. For a market price greater than or equal to P1 bar but strictly less than P2 bar, only farm 1 will produce a positive amount of the good. Therefore, in this range, the market supply curve coincides with the supply curve of farm 1. For the market price greater than or equals to P2 bar, both farms will have positive output levels. For example, consider a situation wherein the market price assumes the value P2, also that P1 exceeds P2 bar. Assumes the value P3. Given P3, farm 1 supplies Q3 units of output while farm 2 supplies Q4 units of output. So the market supplied price Q3 is Q0, Q5, where Q5 equals to Q3 plus Q4. Notice how the market supply curve SM in panel C is being constructed. We obtain SM by taking horizontal summation of the supply curves of the two firms in the market S1 and S2. It should be noted that the market supply curve has been derived for a fixed number of firms in the market. As the number of firms changes, the market supply curve shifts as well. Specifically, if the number of firms in the market increases or decreases, the market supply curve shifts to the right or left. We now supplement the graphical analysis given above with a related numerical example. Consider a market with two firms, Firm 1 and Firm 2. Let the supply curve of Firm 1 be as follows. S1 of P equals to 0 when P less than 10 and P minus 10 when P less than equals to 10. Notice this, that S1 of P indicates that Firm 1 produces an output of 0 if the market price P is strictly less than 10, and 2. Firm 1 produces an output of P minus 10 if the market price P is greater than or equal to 10. Let the supply curve of Firm 2 be as follows. S2 of P equals to 0 when P less than 15 and P minus 15 when P less than equals to 15. The interpretation of S2 of P is identical to that of S1 of P and is hence omitted. Now, the market supply curve SM of P simply sums up the supply curves of the two firms. In other words, SM of P equals to S1 of P plus S2 of P. But this means that SM of P is as follows. SM of P equals to 0 when P less than 10, P minus 10 when P greater than or equals to 10 and P less than 15, and P minus 10 plus P minus 15 equals to 2P minus 25 when P greater than or equals to 15. Price elasticity of supply. The price elasticity of supply of a good measures the responsiveness of quantity supplied to changes in the price of the good. More specifically, the price elasticity of supply denoted by ES is defined as follows. Price elasticity of supply ES equals to percentage change in quantity supplied by percentage change in price equals to del Q by Q into 100 by whole by del P by P into 100 equals to del Q by Q into P by del P, where del Q is the change in quantity of the good supplied to the market as market price changes by del P. To make matters concrete, consider the following numerical example. Suppose the market for cricket balls is perfectly competitive. When the price of a cricket ball is Rs 10, let us assume that 200 cricket balls are produced in aggregate by firms in the market. When the price of a cricket ball rises to Rs 30, let us assume that 1000 cricket balls are produced in aggregate by the firms in the market. The percentage change in quantity supplied and market price can be estimated using the information summarized in the table below. Price of cricket balls, quantity of cricket balls produced and sold. Old price P1 equals to 10, old quantity Q1 equals to 200. New price P2 equals to 30, new quantity Q2 equals to 1000. Percentage change in quantity supplied equals to del Q by Q1 into 100 equals to Q2 minus Q1 by Q1 into 100 equals to 1000 minus 200 by 200 into 100 equals to 400. Percentage change in market price equals to del P by P1 into 100 equals to P2 minus P1 by P1 into 100 equals to 30 minus 10 by 10 into 100 equals to 200. Therefore, price elasticity of supply ES equals to 400 by 200 equals to 2. When the supply curve is vertical, supply is completely insensitive to price and the elasticity of supply is 0. In other cases, when supply curve is positively sloped, with a rise in price, supply rises and hence the elasticity of supply is positive. Like the price elasticity of demand, the price elasticity of supply is also independent of units. The geometric method. Consider the figure 4.14. Panel A shows the straight line supply curve. S is a point on the supply curve. It curves the price axis at its positive range, and as we extend the straight line, It cuts the quantity axis at M, which is at its negative range. The price elasticity of the supply curve at the point S is given by the ratio MQ0 by OQ0. For any point S on such a supply curve, we see that MQ0 greater than OQ0. The elasticity at any point on such a supply curve therefore will be greater than 1. In panel C, we consider a straight line supply curve and S is a point on it. It curves the quantity axis at M, which is at its positive range. Again, the price elasticity of this supply curve at the point S is given by the ratio MQ0 by OQ0. Now, MQ0 less than OQ0 and hence ES less than 1. S can be any point on the supply curve and therefore at all points on such a supply curve ES less than 1. Now we come to panel B. Here the supply curve goes through the origin. One can imagine that the point M has coincided with the origin here. That means MQ0 has become equal to OQ0. The price elasticity of this supply curve at the point S is given by the ratio OQ0 by OQ0, which is equal to 1. At any point on a straight line supply curve going through the origin, price elasticity will be 1. तो ये है इसका समरी और ये है इस चैप्टर का एक्सरसाइज। तो इसी के साथ हमारा आज का चैप्टर कंप्लीट होता है। और अगर आप चैनल पे नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको सारे वीडियो के अपडेट्स मिल सकें। साथ ही अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छी लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके। तो हमारा ये सेशन यहीं तक था। थैंक यू, थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में हम देखने वाले हैं NCERT इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 6 जो कि है नॉन कॉम्पिटिटिव मार्केट्स। तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर। वी रिकॉल दैट परफेक्ट competition is a market structure where both consumers and firms are price takers. The behavior of the firm in such circumstances was described in the chapter 4. We discussed that the perfect competition market structure is approximated by a market satisfying the following condition. There exists a very large number of firms and consumers of the commodity, such that the output sold by each firm is negligibly small compared to the total output of all the firms combined. And similarly, the amount purchased by each consumer is extremely small in comparison to the quantity purchased by all consumers together. Firms are free to start producing the commodity or to stop production. That means entry and exit is free. The output produced by each firm in the industry is indistinguishable from the others, and the output of any industry cannot substitute this output. And consumers and firms have perfect knowledge of the output inputs and their prices. In this chapter, we shall discuss situations where one or more of these conditions are not satisfied. If assumption 2 is dropped and it becomes difficult for firms to enter a market, then a market may not have many firms. In the extreme case, a market may have only one firm. Such a market where there is one firm and many buyers is called a monopoly. A market that has a small number of large firms is called an oligopoly. Notice that dropping assumption 2 leads to dropping assumption 1 as well. Similarly, dropping the assumption that goods produced by a firm are indistinguishable from those of other firms. Assumption 3 implies that goods produced by firms are close substitutes, but not perfect substitutes for each other. Such markets where assumption 1 and 2 may hold but 3 does not hold are called markets with monopolistic competition. This chapter examines the market structure of monopoly, monopolistic competition, and oligopoly. Simple monopoly in the commodity market. A market structure in which there is a single seller is called monopoly. The conditions hidden in this single line definition, however, need to be explicitly stated. A monopoly market structure requires that there is a single producer of a particular commodity. No other commodity works as substitute for this commodity, and For this situation to persist over time, sufficient restrictions are required to be in place to prevent any other farm from entering the market and to start selling the commodity. In order to examine the difference in the equilibrium resulting from a monopoly in the commodity market as compared to other market structure, we also need to assume that all other markets remain perfectly competitive. In particular, we need first, all the consumers are price takers, and second, that the markets of the inputs used in the production of this commodity are perfectly competitive both from the supply and demand side. If all the above conditions are satisfied, then we define the situation as one of monopoly in a single commodity market. Competitive behavior versus competitive structure. A perfectly competitive market has been defined as one where an individual firm is unable to influence the price at which the product is sold in the market. Since price remains the same for any level of output of the individual firm, such a firm is able to sell any quantity that it wishes to sell at the given market price. It therefore does not need to compete with other firms to obtain a market for its produce. This is clearly the opposite of the meaning of what is commonly understood by competition or competitive behavior. We see that Coke and Pepsi compete with each other in a variety of ways to achieve a higher level of sales or a greater share of the market. Conversely, we do not find individual farmers competing among themselves to sell a larger amount of crop. This is because both Coke and Pepsi possess the power to influence the market price of soft drinks, while the individual farmer does not. Thus, competitive behavior and competitive market structure are in general inversely related. The more competitive the market structure, less competitive is the behavior of the farms. On the other hand, the less competitive the market structure, the more competitive is the behavior of the farms towards each other. In a monopoly, there is no other farm to compete with. Market demand curve is the average revenue curve. The market demand curve in figure 6.1 shows the quantities that consumers as a whole are willing to purchase at different prices. If the market price is at P0, consumers are willing to purchase the quantity Q0. On the other hand, if the market price is at the lower level P1, consumers are willing to buy a higher quantity Q1. That is, price in the market affects the quantity demanded by the consumers. This is also expressed by saying that the quantity purchased by the consumers is a decreasing function of the price. For the monopoly firm, the above argument expresses itself from the reverse direction. The monopoly firm's decision to sell a larger quantity is possible only at a lower price. Conversely, if the monopoly firm brings a smaller quantity of the commodity into the market for sale, it will be able to sell at a higher price. Thus, for the monopoly firm, the price depends on the quantity of the commodity sold. The same is also expressed by stating that price is a decreasing function of the quantity sold. Thus, for the monopoly firm, the market demand curve expresses the price that consumers are willing to pay for different quantities supplied. This idea is reflected in the statement that the monopoly firm faces the market demand curve, which is downward sloping. The above idea can be viewed from another angle. Since the firm is assumed to have perfect knowledge of the market demand curve, the monopoly firm can decide the price at which it wishes to sell its commodity and therefore determines the quantity to be sold. For instance, examining figure 6.1 again, since the monopoly firm is aware of the shape of the curve DD, if it wishes to sell the commodity at a price P0, it can do so by producing and selling quantity Q0. Since at the price P0, consumers are willing to purchase the quantity Q0. On the other hand, if it wants to sell Q1, it will only be able to do so at the price P1. The contrast to the firm is in a perfectly competitive market structure should be clear. In that case, the firm could bring into the market as much quantity of the commodity as it wished and could sell it at the same price. Since this does not happen for a monopoly firm, The amount received by the farm through the sale of the commodity has to be examined again. We do this exercise through a schedule, a graph, and using a simple equation of a straight line demand curve. As an example, let the demand function be given by the equation Q equals to 20 minus 2P, where Q is the quantity sold and P is the price in rupees. The equation can be written in terms of P as P equals to 10 minus 0.5 Q. Substituting different values of Q from 0 to 13 gives us the prices for 10 to 3.5. These are shown in the Q and P columns of table 6.1. These numbers are depicted in a graph in figure 6.2 with prices on the vertical axis and quantities on the horizontal axis. The prices that are available for different quantities of the commodity are shown by the solid straight line D. The total revenue TR received by the farm from the sale of the commodity equals the product of the price and the quantity sold. In the case of the monopoly farm, the total revenue is not a straight line. Its shape depends on the shape of the demand curve. Mathematically, TR is represented as a function of the quantity sold. Hence, in our example, TR equals to P into Q equals to 10 minus 0.5 Q into Q equals to 10Q minus 0.5 Q square. This is not the equation of a straight line. It is a quadratic equation in which the square term has a negative coefficient. Such an equation represents an inverted vertical parabola. In table 6.1, the TR column represents the product of the P and Q columns. It can be noticed that as the quantity increases, TR increases to Rs 50 when output becomes 10 units, and after this level of output, total revenue starts declining. The same is visible in figure 6.2. The revenue received by the farm per unit of commodity sold is called the average revenue. Mathematically, AR equals to TR by Q. In table 6.1, the AR column provides value obtained by dividing TR values by Q values. It can be seen that the AR values turns out to be the same as the values in the P column. This is only to be expected. AR equals to TRQ. Since TR equals to P into Q, substituting this into the AR equation, AR equals to P into Q by Q equals to P. As seen earlier, the P values represent the market demand curve as shown in figure 6.2. The AR curve will therefore lie exactly on the market demand curve. This is expressed by the statement that the market demand curve is the average revenue curve for the monopoly farm. Graphically, the value of AR can be found from the TR curve for any level of quantity sold through a simple construction given in figure 6.3. When quantity is 6 units, draw a vertical line passing through the value 6 and on the horizontal axis. This line will cut the TR curve at the point marked A at a height equal to 42. Draw a straight line joining the origin O and point A. The slope of this ray from the origin to a point on the TR provides the value of AR. The slope of this ray is equal to 7. Therefore, AR has the value 7. The same can be verified from table 6.1. Total average and marginal revenues. A more careful glance at table 6.1 reveals that TR does not increase by the same amount for every unit increase in quantity. Sale of the first unit leads to a change in TR from Rs 0 when quantity is of 0 unit to Rs 9.50 when quantity is 1 unit. That means a rise of Rs 9.50. As the quantity increases further, the rise in TR is smaller. For example, for the fifth unit of the commodity, the rise in the TR is Rs 5.50, Rs 37.50 for 5 units minus Rs 32 for 4 units. As mentioned earlier, after 10 units of output, TR starts declining. This implies that bringing more than 10 units for sale leads to a level of TR less than Rs 50. Thus, the rise in TR due to the 12th unit is 48 minus 49.50 equals to minus 1.5. That means a fall of rupees 1.50. This change in TR due to the sale of an additional unit is termed marginal revenue. In table 6.1, this is depicted in the last column. Observe that MR at any quantity is the difference between the TR at that quantity and the TR at the previous quantity. For example, when Q equals to 3, MR equals to 25.5 minus 18 equals to 7.5. In the last paragraph, it was shown that TR increases more slowly as quantity sold increases and falls after quantity reaches 10 units. The same can be viewed through the MR values, which fall as Q increases. After the quantity reaches 10 units, MR has negative values. In figure 6.2, MR is depicted by the dotted line. Graphically, the values of the MR curve are given by the slope of the TR curve. The slope of any smooth curve is defined as the slope of the tangent to the curve at that point. This is depicted in figure 6.4. At point A on the TR curve, the value of MR is given by the slope of the line L1 and at point B by the line L2. It can be seen that both lines have positive slope, but the line L2 is flatter than line L1. That means its slope is lesser. When 10 units of the commodity are sold, the tangent to the TR is horizontal. That means its slope is 0. The value of the MR for the same quantity is 0. At point D on the TR curve, where the tangent is negatively sloped, the MR takes a negative value. Question: why is the MR not equals to 0 at Q equals to 10 in table 6.17? This is because we are measuring MR discretely. That means by jumping from 9 units to 10 units. If you recalculate the TR for values of Q closer to 10, that means 9.5, 9.75 or 9.9, the TR will get closer to 50. Example, at Q equals to 9.9, TR will be 49.995. We can now conclude that when the total revenue is rising, marginal revenue is positive, and when total revenue shows a fall, marginal revenue is negative. Another relation can be seen between the AR and the MR curves. Figure 6.2 shows that the MR curve lies below the AR curve. The same can be seen in table 6.1, where the values of MR at any level of output are lower than the corresponding values of AR. We can conclude that if the AR curve, that means the demand curve, is falling steeply, the MR curve is far below the AR curve. On the other hand, if the AR curve is less steep, the vertical distance between the AR and MR curves is smaller. Figure 6.5a shows a flatter AR curve, while figure 6.5b shows a steeper AR curve. For the same units of the commodity, the difference between AR and MR in panel A is smaller than the difference in panel B. Marginal revenue and price elasticity of demand. The MR values also have a relation with the price elasticity of demand. The detailed relation is not derived here. It is sufficient to notice only one aspect. Price elasticity of demand is more than 1 when the MR has a positive value and becomes less than the unity when MR has a negative value. This can be seen in table 6.2, which uses the same data presented in table 6.1. As the quantity of the commodity increases, MR value becomes smaller and the value of the price elasticity of demand also becomes smaller. Recall that the demand curve is called elastic at a point where price elasticity is greater than unity, inelastic at a point where the price elasticity is less than unity, and unitary elastic when price elasticity is equal to 1. Table 6.2 shows that when the quantity is less than 10 units, MR is positive and the demand curve is elastic. And when the quantity is of more than 10 units, the demand curve is inelastic. At the quantity level of 10 units, the demand curve is unitary elastic. Short-run equilibrium of the monopoly firm. As in the case of perfect competition, we continue to regard the monopoly farm as one which maximizes profit. In this section, we analyze this profit maximizing behavior to determine the quantity produced by a monopoly farm and price at which it is sold. We shall assume that a farm does not maintain stocks of the quantity produced and that the entire quantity produced is put up for sale. The simple case of zero cost. Suppose there exists a village situated sufficiently far away from other villages. In this village, there is exactly one well from which water is available. All residents are completely dependent for their water requirement on this well. The well is owned by one person who is able to prevent others from drawing water from it except through purchase of water. The person who purchases the water has to draw the water out of the well. The well owner is thus a monopolist farm which bears zero cost in producing the good. We shall analyze the simple case of a monopolist bearing zero cost to determine the amount of water sold and the price at which it is sold. Figure 6.6 depicts the same. TR, AR and MR curves as in figure 6.2. The profit received by the farm equals the revenue received by the farm minus the cost incurred. That is, profit equals to TR minus TC. Since in this case TC is 0, profit is maximum when TR is maximum. This, as we have seen earlier, occurs when output is of 10 units. This is also the level when MR equals 0. The amount of profit is given by the length of the vertical line segment from A to the horizontal axis. The price at which this output will be sold is the price that the consumers as a whole are willing to pay. This is given by the market demand curve D. At output level of 10 units, the price is Rs 5. Since the market demand curve is the AR curve for the monopolist farm, Rs 5 is the average revenue received by the farm. The total revenue is given by the product of AR and the quantity sold. That means Rs 5 into 10 units equals to Rs 50. This is depicted by the area of the shaded rectangle. Comparison with perfect competition. We compare the above outcome with what it would be under perfectly competitive market structure. Let us assume that there is an infinite number of such wells. Suppose a well owner decides to charge Rs 5 per bucket of water. Who will buy from him? Remember that there are many well owners. Any other well owner can attract all the buyers willing to buy for Rs 5 per bucket by offering to sell to them at a lower price, say Rs 4 per bucket. Some other well owner can offer to sell at a still lower price, and the story will repeat itself. In fact, competition among well owners will drive the price down to 0. At this price, 20 buckets of water will be sold. Through this comparison, we can see that a perfectly competitive equilibrium results in a larger quantity being sold at a lower price. We can now proceed to the general case involving positive cost of production. Introducing positive cost. Analyzing using total curves. In chapter 3, we have discussed the concept of cost and the shape of the total cost curve, having been depicted as shown by TC in figure 6.7. The TR curve is also drawn in the same diagram. The profit received by the farm equals the total revenue minus the total cost. In the figure, we can see that if quantity Q1 is produced, the total revenue is TR1 and the total cost is TC1. The difference TR1 minus TC1 is the profit received. The same is depicted by the length of the line segment AB. That means the vertical distance between the TR and TC curves at Q1 level of output. It should be clear that this vertical distance changes for different levels of output. When output level is less than Q2, the TC curve lies above the TR curve. That means TC is greater than TR and therefore profit is negative and the farm makes losses. The same situation exists for output levels greater than Q3. Hence, the farms can make positive profits only at output levels between Q2 and Q3, where TR curves lies above the TC curve. The monopoly firm will choose that level of output which maximizes its profit. This would be the level of output for which the vertical distance between the TR and TC is maximum, and TR is above the TC. It means TR minus TC is maximum. This occurs at the level of output Q0. If the difference TR minus TC is calculated and drawn as a graph, it will look as in the curve market profit in figure 6.7. It should be noticed that the profit curve has its maximum value at the level of output Q0. The price at which this output is sold is the price consumers are willing to pay for this Q0 quantity of the commodity. So the monopoly firm will charge the price corresponding to the quantity level Q0 on the demand curve. Using average and marginal curves, the analysis shown above can also be conducted using average and marginal revenue and average and marginal cost. Though a bit more complex, this method is able to exhibit the process in greater light. In figure 6.8, the average cost AC, average variable cost ABC, and marginal cost MC curves are drawn along with the demand or average revenue curve and marginal revenue curve. It may be seen that at quantity level below Q0, the level of MR is higher than the level of MC. This means that the increase in total revenue from selling an extra unit of the commodity is greater than the increase in total cost for producing the additional unit. This implies that an additional unit of output would create additional profits, since change in profit equals to change in TR minus change in TC. Therefore, if the firm is producing a level of output less than Q0, it would decide to increase its output, since that would add to its profits. As long as the MR curve lies above the MC curve, the reasoning provided above would apply, and thus the firm would increase its output. This process comes to a halt when the firm reaches an output level of Q0, since at this level MR equals MC and increasing output provides no increase in profits. On the other hand, if the firm was producing a level of output which is greater than Q0, MC is greater than MR. This means that the lowering of total cost by reducing one unit of output is greater than the loss in total revenue due to this reduction. It is therefore advisable for the firm to reduce output. This argument would hold good as long as the MC curve lies above the MR curve, and the firm would keep reducing its output. Once output level reaches Q0, the values of MC and MR becomes equal and the firm stops reducing its output. At Q0, the firm will make maximum profits. It has no incentive to change from Q0. This level is called the equilibrium level of output. Since this equilibrium level of output corresponds to the point where the MR equals MC, this equality is called the equilibrium condition for the output produced by a monopoly firm. At this equilibrium level of output Q0, the average cost is given by the point D, where the vertical line from Q0 curves the AC curve. The average cost is thus given by the height dQ0. Since total cost equals the product of AC and the quantity produced being Q0, the same is given by the area of the rectangle OQ0 DC. As shown earlier, once the quantity of output produced is determined, the price at which it is sold is given by the amount that the consumers are willing to pay, as expressed through the market demand curve. Thus, the price is given by the point A, where the vertical line through Q0 meets the market demand curve D. This provides price given by the height AQ0. Since the price received by the firm is the revenue per unit of output, it is the average revenue for the firm. The total revenue being the product of AR and the level of output Q0 can be shown as the area of the rectangle OQ0 AB. It can be seen from the diagram that the area of the rectangle OQ0 AB is larger than the area of the rectangle OQ0 DC. That means TR is greater than TC. The difference is the area of the rectangle CDAB. Thus, profit equals to TR minus TC, which can be represented by this area CDAB. Comparison with perfect competition again. We compare the monopoly firm's equilibrium quantity and price with that of the perfectly competitive firm. Recall that the perfectly competitive firm was a price taker. Given the market price, the firm in a perfectly competitive market structure believed that it could not alter the price by producing more of the output or less of it. Suppose that the firm whose equilibrium we were considering above believed that it was a perfectly competitive firm. Then given its level of output at Q0, price of the commodity at AQ0 equals to OB, it would expect the price to remain fixed at OB, and therefore every additional unit of output could be sold at that price. Since the cost of producing an additional unit given by the MC stands at AQ0, which is less than AQ0, the firm would expect a gain in profit by increasing the output. This would continue as long as the price remained higher than the MC. At the point F in figure 6.8, where the MC curve plots the demand curve, price received by the firm becomes equal to the MC. Hence, it would no longer be considered beneficial by this perfectly competitive firm to increase output. It is for this reason that price equals to marginal cost that is considered the equilibrium condition for the perfectly competitive firm. The diagram shows that at this level of output, the quantity produced QC is greater than Q0. Also, the price paid by the consumers is lower at PC. From this, we conclude that the perfectly competitive market provides the production and sale of a larger quantity of the commodity compared to a monopoly firm. Further, the price of the commodity under perfect competition is lower compared to monopoly. The profit earned by the perfectly competitive firm is also smaller. In the long run, we saw in Chapter 5 that with free entry and exit, perfectly competitive firms obtained zero profits. That was due to the fact that if profits earned by firms were positive, more firms would enter the market and the increase in output would bring the price down, thereby decreasing the earnings of the existing firms. Similarly, if firms were facing losses, some firms would close down and the reduction in output would raise prices and increase the earnings of the remaining firms. The same is not the case with monopoly firms. Since other firms are prevented from entering the market, the profits earned by monopoly firms do not go away in the long run. Some critical views. We have seen how a monopoly will typically charge higher prices than a competitive firm. In this sense, monopolies are often considered exploitative. However, varying views have been expressed by economists concerning the question of monopoly. First, it can be argued that monopoly of the kind described above cannot exist in the real world. This is because all commodities are in a sense substitutes for each other. This in turn is because of the fact that all the firms producing commodities in the final analysis compete to obtain the income in the hands of consumers. Another argument is that even a firm in a pure monopoly situation is never without competition. This is because the economy is never stationary. New commodities using new technologies are always coming up, which are close substitutes for the commodity produced by the monopoly firm. Hence, the monopoly firm always has competition in the long run. Even in the short run, the threat of competition is always present and the monopoly firm is unable to behave in the manner we have described above. Still another view argues that the existence of monopolies may be beneficial to society. Since monopoly firms earn large profits, they possess sufficient funds to take up research and development work, something which the small, perfectly competitive firm is unable to do. By doing such research, monopoly firms are able to produce better quality goods or goods at lower cost or both. While it is true that monopolies make supernormal profits, they may benefit consumers by lowering costs. Other non-perfectly competitive markets. Monopolistic competition. We now consider a market structure where the number of firms is large. There is pre-entry and exit of firms, but the goods produced by them are not homogeneous. Such a market structure is called monopolistic competition. This kind of structure is more commonly visible. There is a very large number of biscuit producing firms. For example, but many of the biscuits being produced are associated with some brand name and are distinguishable from one another by these brand names and packaging, and are slightly different in taste. The consumer develops a taste for a particular brand of biscuit over time, or becomes loyal to a particular brand for some reason, and is therefore not immediately willing to substitute it for another biscuit. However, if the price difference becomes large, the consumer would be willing to choose a biscuit of another brand. A consumer's preference for a brand will often vary in depth, so the change in price required for the consumer to change her brand may vary. Therefore, if price of a particular brand is lowered, some consumer will shift to consuming that brand. Lowering of the price further will lead to more consumers shifting to the brand with the lower price. Hence, the demand curve faced by the farm is not horizontal, perfectly elastic, as is the case with perfect competition. The demand curve faced by the farm is also not the market demand curve, as in the case with monopoly. In the case of monopolistic competition, the farm expects increases in demand if it lowers the price. Recall that the demand curve of a farm is also its AR curve. This farm therefore has downward sloping AR curve. The marginal revenue is less than the average revenue and also downward sloping. The farm increases its output whenever the marginal revenue is greater than the marginal cost. What does this farm's equilibrium look like? The monopolistic competition farm is also a profit maximizer, so it will increase production as long as the addition to its total revenue is greater than the addition to its total cost. In other words, this farm, like the perfectly competitive farm as well as the monopoly, will choose to produce the quantity that equates its marginal revenue to its marginal cost. How does this quantity compare with that of the perfectly competitive farm? Recall that the MR for a perfectly competitive farm is equal to its AR. So the perfectly competitive farm is in an identical situation would equate its AR to NC. So a farm under monopolistic competition will produce less than the perfectly competitive farm. Given lower output, the price of the commodity becomes higher than the price under perfect competition. The situation described above is one that exists in the short run, but the market structure of monopolistic competition allows for new farms to enter the market. If the farms in the industry are receiving supernormal profit in the short run, this will attract new farms. As new farms enter, some customers shift from existing farms to these new farms. So existing farms find that the demand curve has shifted leftward and the price that they receive falls. This causes profit to fall. The process continues till supernormal profits are wiped out and farms are making only normal profits. Conversely, if farms in the industry are facing losses in the short run, some farms will stop producing, exit from the market. The demand curve for existing farms would shift rightward. This would lead to a higher prices and profit. Entry or exit would halt once supernormal profits become zero, and this would serve as the long-run equilibrium. How do farms behave in oligopoly? If the market of a particular commodity consists of more than one seller but the number of sellers is few, the market structure is termed oligopoly. The special case of oligopoly where there are exactly two sellers is termed duopoly. In analyzing this market structure, we assume that the product sold by the two farms is homogeneous and there is no substitute for the product produced by any other farm. Given that there are a few farms, each farm is relatively large when compared to the size of the market. As a result, each farm is in position to affect the total supply in the market and thus influence the market price. For example, if two farms in a duopoly are equal in size and one of them decides to double its output, the total supply in the market will increase substantially, causing the price to fall. This fall in price affects the profits of all farms in the industry. Other farms will respond to such a move in order to protect their own profits by taking fresh decisions regarding how to produce. Therefore, the level of output in the industry, the level of prices, as well as the profits are outcomes of how farms are interacting with each other. At one extreme, farms could decide to collude with each other to maximize collective profits. In this case, the farms form a cartel that acts as monopoly. The quantity supplied collectively by the industry and the price charged are the same as the single monopolist would have done. At the other extreme, farms could decide to compete with each other. For example, a farm may lower its price a little below the other farms in order to attract away their customers. Obviously, the other farms would retaliate by doing the same. So the market price keeps falling as long as farms keep undercutting each other's prices. If the process continues to its logical conclusion, the price will have fallen till the marginal cost. No farm will supply at a lower price than the marginal cost. Recall that this is the same as the perfectly competitive price. In practice, cooperation of the kind that is needed to ensure a monopoly outcome is often difficult to achieve in the real world. On the other hand, farms are likely to realize that competing fiercely by continuously undercutting prices is harmful to their own profits. So the oligopolistic equilibrium is likely to lie somewhere between the two extremes of monopoly and perfect competition. तो ये है इस चैप्टर का समरी और इसी के साथ हमारा आज का चैप्टर कंप्लीट होता है. ये है इसका एक्सरसाइज. तो ये इस बुक का लास्ट चैप्टर था. तो इसी के साथ हमारा क्लास 12 इकोनॉमिक्स बुक भी कंप्लीट हो चुका है. और अगर आप चैनल पर नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको सारे वीडियो सब के अपडेट्स मिल सके. ये कुछ ग्लॉसरी है तो आप ये भी पढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि इसमें उसका सबका डेफिनेशन दिया है टर्म्स का. तो अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके. तो हमारा आज का सेशन यहीं तक था. थैंक यू. थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल. तो अब हम देखने वाले हैं NCERT इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12 का, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 2 जो कि है थ्योरी ऑफ कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर. तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर. इन दिस चैप्टर वी विल स्टडी द बिहेवियर ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल कंज्यूमर. द कंज्यूमर हैज़ टू डिसाइड हाउ टू स्पेंड हर इनकम ऑन डिफरेंट गुड्स. Economists call this the problem of choice. Most naturally, any consumer will want to get a combination of goods that gives her maximum satisfaction. What will be this best combination? This depends on the likes of the consumer and what the consumer can afford to buy. The likes of the consumer are also called preferences, and what the consumer can afford to buy depends on prices of the goods and the income of the consumer. This chapter presents two different approaches that explain consumer behavior. First, cardinal utility analysis, and second, ordinal utility analysis. We shall use the term goods to mean goods as well as services. Preliminary notations and assumption. A consumer in general consumes many goods, but for simplicity, we shall consider the consumer's choice problem in a situation where there are only two goods, bananas and mangoes. The assumption that there are only two goods simplifies the analysis considerably and allows us to understand some important concepts by using simple diagrams. Any combination of the amount of the two goods will be called as consumption bundle, or in short, a bundle. In general, we shall use the variable x1 to denote the quantity of bananas and x2 to denote the quantities of mangoes. X1 and X2 can be positive or 0. X1 X2 would mean the bundle consisting of X1 quantity of bananas and X2 quantities of mangoes. For particular values of X1 and X2, that means X1 and X2 would give us a particular bundle. For example, the bundle 5-10 consists of 5 bananas and 10 mangoes. The bundle 10-5 consists of 10 bananas and 5 mangoes. Utility. A consumer usually decides his demand for a commodity on the basis of utility or satisfaction that he derives from it. What is utility? Utility of a commodity is its want satisfying capacity. The more the need of a commodity or the stronger the desire to have it, the greater is the utility derived from the commodity. Utility is subjective. Different individuals can get different levels of utility from the same commodity. For example, someone who likes chocolates will get much higher utility from a chocolate than someone who is not so fond of chocolates. Also, utility that one individual gets from the commodity can change with change in place and time. For example, utility from the use of a room heater will depend upon whether the individual is in Ladakh or Chennai, or whether it is summer or winter time. Cardinal utility analysis. Cardinal utility analysis assumes that level of utility can be expressed in numbers. For example, we can measure the utility derived from a SART and say, this SART gives me 50 units of utility. Before discussing further, it will be useful to have a look at two important measures of utility. Measures of utility. Total utility. Total utility of a fixed quantity of a commodity, TU, is the total satisfaction derived from consuming the given amount of some commodity X. More of commodity X provides more satisfaction to the consumer. TU depends on the quantity of the commodity consumed. Therefore, TUN refers to total utility derived from consuming n units of a commodity X. Marginal utility. Marginal utility is the change in the total utility due to consumption of one additional unit of a commodity. For example, suppose 4 bananas gives us 28 units of total utility and 5 bananas gives us 30 units of total utility. Clearly, consumption of the 5th banana has caused total utility to increase by 2 units, 30 units minus 28 units. Therefore, marginal utility of the 5th banana is 2 units. MU5 equals to TU5 minus TU4 equals to 30 minus 28 equals to 2. In general, MUN equals to TUN minus TUN minus 1, where subscript n refers to the nth unit of the commodity. Total utility and marginal utility can also be related in the following way. TUN equals to MU1 plus MU2 plus MUN minus 1 plus MUN. This simply means that TU derived from consuming n units of bananas is the sum total of marginal utility of first banana MU1, marginal utility of second banana MU2, and so on, till the marginal utility of the nth unit. Table number 2.1 and figure 2.1 shows an imaginary example of the values of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. Usually, it is seen that the marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity. This happens because, having obtained some amount of the commodity, the desire of the consumer to have still more of it becomes weaker. The same is also shown in the table and graph. Table 2.1. Values of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. Figure 2.1. The value of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. The marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity. Notice that MU3 is less than MU2. You may have also noticed that total utility increases but at a diminishing rate. The rate of change in total utility due to change in quantity of commodity consumed is a measure of marginal utility. This marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity from 12 to 6, 6 to 4, and so on. This follows from the law of diminishing marginal utility. Law of diminishing marginal utility states that marginal utility from consuming each additional unit of a commodity declines as its consumption increases, while keeping consumption of other commodities constant. Mu becomes 0 at a level when TU remains constant. In the example, TU does not change at fifth unit of consumption, and therefore mu5 equals to 0. Thereafter Tu starts falling and mu becomes negative. Derivation of demand curve in the case of a single commodity. Law of diminishing marginal utility. Cardinal utility analysis can be used to derive demand curve for a commodity. What is demand and what is demand curve? The quantity of a commodity that a consumer is willing to buy and is able to afford, given prices of goods and income of the consumer, is called demand for that commodity. Demand for a commodity X, apart from the price of X itself, depends on factors such as prices of other commodities, income of the consumer, and taste and preferences of the consumers. Demand curve is a graphic presentation of various quantities of a commodity that a consumer is willing to buy at different prices of the same commodity, while holding constant price of other related commodities and income of the consumer. Figure 2.2 presents hypothetical demand curve of an individual for commodity X at its different prices. Quantity is measured along the horizontal axis and price is measured along the vertical axis. The downward sloping demand curve shows that at lower prices the individual is willing to buy more of commodity X. At higher prices, C is willing to buy less of commodity X. Therefore, there is a negative relationship between price of a commodity and quantity demanded, which is referred to as the law of demand. An explanation for a downward sloping demand curve stressed on the notion of diminishing marginal utility. The law of diminishing marginal utility states that each successive unit of a commodity provides lower marginal utility. Therefore, the individual will not be willing to pay as much for each additional unit, and this results in a downward sloping demand curve. At a price of ₹40 per unit X, individual's demand for X was 5 units. The sixth unit of commodity X will be worth less than the fifth unit. The individual will be willing to buy the sixth unit only when the price drops below ₹40 per unit. Hence, the law of diminishing marginal utility explains why demand curves have a negative slope. Ordinal utility analysis. Cardinal utility analysis is simple to understand but suffers from a major drawback in the form of quantification of utility in numbers. In real life, we never express utility in the form of numbers. At the most, we can rank various alternative combinations in terms of having more or less utility. In other words, the consumer does not measure utility in numbers, though he often ranks various consumption bundles. This forms the starting point of the topic ordinal utility analysis. A consumer's preferences over the set of available bundles can often be represented diagrammatically. We have already seen that the bundles available to the consumer can be plotted as 2 points in a two-dimensional graph. The points representing bundles which give the consumer equal utility can generally be joined to obtain a curve like the one in figure 2.3. The consumer is said to be indifferent on the different bundles because each point of the bundle gives the consumer equal utility. Such a curve joining all points representing bundles among which the consumer is indifferent is called the indifferent curve. All the points such as A, B, C, and D lying on an indifference curve provide the consumer with the same level of satisfaction. It is clear that when a consumer gets one more banana, he has to forego some mangoes, so that her total utility level remains the same, and she remains on the same indifference curve. Therefore, indifference curve slopes downward. The amount of bananas that the consumer has to forego in order to get an additional banana Her total utility level being the same is called the marginal rate of substitution, MRS. In other words, MRS is simply the rate at which the consumer will substitute bananas for mangoes so that her total utility remains constant. So MRS equals to del y by del x bar. Del y by del x equals to del y by del x if del y by del x greater than equals to 0 equals to minus del y by del x if del y less than del x by del x equals to 0. MRS equals to del y by del x means that MRS equals only the magnitude of the expression del y by del x. If del y by del x equals to minus 3 by 1, it means MRS equals to 3. One can notice that in the table 2.2, as we increase the quantity of bananas, the quantity of mangoes sacrificed for each additional banana declines. In other words, MRS diminishes with increase in the number of bananas, as the number of bananas with the consumer increases, the MU derived from each additional banana falls. Similarly, with the fall in quantity of mangoes, the marginal utility derived from mangoes increases. So, with increase in the number of bananas, the consumer will feel the inclination to sacrifice small and smaller amounts of mangoes. This tendency for the MRS to fall with increase in quantity of bananas is known as law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. This can be seen from figure 2.3 also. Going from point A to point B, the consumer sacrifices 3 mangoes for 1 banana. Going from point B to point C, the consumer sacrifices 2 mangoes for 1 banana. And going from point C to D, the consumer sacrifices just 1 mango for 1 banana. Thus, it is clear that the consumer sacrifices smaller and smaller quantities of mangoes for each additional banana. Shape of an indifference curve. It may be mentioned that the law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution causes an indifference curve to be convex to the origin. This is the most common shape of an indifference curve. But in case of goods being perfect substitutes, the marginal rate of substitution does not diminish. It remains the same. Let's take an example. Perfect substitutes are the goods which can be used in place of each other and provide exactly the same level of utility to the consumer. Representation of law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Here the consumer is indifferent for all these combinations as long as the total of 5 rupee coins and 5 rupee notes remain the same. For the consumer, it hardly matters whether she gets a 5 rupee coin or a 5 rupee note. So, irrespective of how many 5 rupees note she has, the consumer will sacrifice only one 5 rupee coin for a 5 rupee note. So, these two commodities are perfect substitutes for the consumer, and indifference curve depicting this will be a straight line. In the figure 2.4, it can be seen that consumer sacrifices the same number of 5 rupee coins each time he has an additional 5 rupee note. Monotonic preferences. Consumers' preferences are assumed to be such that between any two bundles x1 and x2 and y1 y2, if x1 x2 has more of at least one of the goods and no less of the other goods compared to y1 y2, then the consumer prefers x1 x2 to y1 y2. Preferences of this kind are called monotonic preferences. Thus, a consumer's preferences are monotonic if and only if between any two bundles the consumer prefers the bundle which has more of at least one of the goods and no less of the other goods as compared to the other bundle. Indifference map. The consumer's preferences over all the bundles can be represented by a family of indifference curves. As shown in figure 2.5, this is called an indifference map of the consumer. All points on an indifference curve represent bundles which are considered indifferent by the consumer. Monotonicity of preferences imply that between any two indifference curves, the bundles of on the one which lies above are preferred to the bundles on the one which lies below. Features of indifference curve. Indifference curve slopes downwards from left to right. An indifference curve slopes downwards from left to right, which means that in order to have more of bananas, the consumer has to forego some mangoes. If the consumer does not forego some mangoes with an increase in number of bananas, it will mean consumer having more of bananas with same number of mangoes, taking her to a higher indifference curve. Thus, as long as the consumer is on the same indifference curve, an increase in bananas must be compensated by a fall in quantity of mangoes. Higher indifference curves gives greater level of utility. As long as marginal utility of a commodity is positive, an individual will always prefer more of that commodity, as more of the commodity will increase the level of satisfaction. Consider the different combination of bananas and mangoes A, B and C depicted in table 2.4 and figure 2.7. Combination A, B and C consist of same quantity of mangoes but different quantities of bananas. Since combination B has more bananas, then A, B will provide the individual A higher level of satisfaction than A. Therefore, B will lie on a higher indifference curve than A, depicting higher satisfaction. Likewise, C has more bananas than B. Quantity of mangoes is the same in both B and C. Therefore, C will provide higher level of satisfaction than B and also lie on a higher indifference curve than B. A higher indifference curve consisting of combination of more of mangoes or more of bananas or more of both will represent combination that gives high level of satisfaction. Two indifference curves never intersect each other. Two indifference curves intersecting each other will lead to conflicting results. To explain this, let us allow two indifference curves to intersect each other as shown in the figure 2.8. As shown, as points A and B lie on the same indifference curve, IC1 utilizes derived from combination A and combination B will give the same level of satisfaction. Similarly, as point A and C lie on the same indifference curve, IC2 utility derived from combination A and from combination B, a combination C will give the same level of satisfaction. From this, it follows that utility from point B and from point C will also be the same. But this is clearly an absurd result, as on point B the consumer gets a greater number of mangoes with the same quantity of bananas. So consumer is better off at point B than at C. Thus, it is clear that intersecting indifference curves will lead to conflicting results. Thus, two indifference curves cannot intersect each other. The consumer's budget. Let us consider a consumer who has only a fixed amount of money or income to spend on two goods. The prices of the goods are given in the market. The consumer cannot buy any and every combination of the two goods that she may want to consume. The consumption bundles that are available to the consumer depend on the prices of the two goods and the income of the consumer. Given her fixed income and the prices of the two goods, the consumer can afford to buy only those bundles which cost her less than or equal to her income. Budget set and budget line. Suppose the income of the consumer is M and the prices of bananas and mangoes are P1 and P2 respectively. Price of a good is amount of money that the consumer has to pay per unit of the good she wants to buy. If rupee is the unit of money and quantity of the good is measured in kilograms, the price of banana being P1 means the consumer has to pay P1 rupees per kilograms of banana that she wants to buy. If the consumer wants to buy X1 quantities of bananas, he will have to spend P1 X1 amount of money. Similarly, if the consumer wants to buy X2 quantities of mangoes, you will have to spend P2 X2 amount of money. Therefore, if the consumer wants to buy the bundle consisting of X1 quantities of bananas and X2 quantities of mangoes, she will have to spend P1 X1 plus P2 X2 amount of money. She can buy this bundle only if she has at least P1 X1 plus P2 X2 amount of money. Given the prices of the goods and the income of a consumer, she can choose any bundle as long as it costs less than or equal to the income she has. In other words, the consumer can buy any bundle X1 X2 such that P1 X1 plus P2 X2 less than equals to M. The inequality 2.1 is called the consumer's budget constant. The set of bundle available to the consumer is called the budget set. The budget set is thus the collection of all the bundles that the consumers can buy with her income at the prevailing market prices. Example. Consider for example a consumer who has rupees 20 and suppose bought the goods are priced at rupees 5 and are available only in integral units. The bundles this consumer can afford to buy are 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31 and 40. Among these bundles, 04, 13, 22, 31 and 40 cost exactly rupees 20 and all the other bundles cost less than rupees 20. The consumer cannot afford to buy bundles like 33 and 45 because they cost more than rupees 20 at the prevailing prices. If both the goods are perfectly divisible, the consumer's budget set would consist of all the bundles X1 X2 such that X1 and X2 are any numbers greater than or equal to 0 and P1 X1 plus P2 X2 less than equals to M. The budget set can be represented in a diagram as in figure 2.9. The goods considered in example 2.1 were not divisible and were available only in integer units. There are many goods which are divisible in the sense that they are available in non-integer units also. It is not possible to buy half an orange or 1/4 of a banana, but it is certainly possible to buy half a kilogram of rice or 1/4 of a liter of milk. All bundles in the positive quadrant which are on or below the line are included in the budget set. The equation of the line is P1 X1 plus P2 X2 equals to M. The line consists of all bundles which cost exactly equal to M. This line is called the budget line. Points below the budget line represent bundles which cost readily less than M. The equation 2.2 can also be written as X2 equals to M by P2 minus P1 by P2 X1. In school mathematics, you have learned the equation of a straight line as y equals to c plus mx, where c is the vertical intercept and m is the slope of the straight line. Note that equation 2.3 has the same form. The budget line is a straight line with horizontal intercept m by p1 and vertical intercept m by p2. The horizontal intercept represents the bundle that the consumer can buy if she spends her entire income on bananas. Similarly, the vertical intercept represents the bundle that a consumer can buy if she spends her entire income on mangoes. The slope of the budget line is minus P1 by P2. Price ratio and the slope of the budget line. Think of any point on the budget line. Such a point represents a bundle which costs the consumer her entire budget. Now suppose the consumer wants to have one more banana. She can do it only if she gives up some amount of the other good. How many mangoes does she have to give up if she wants to have an extra quantity of bananas? It would depend on the prices of the two goods. A quantity of banana cost P1. Therefore, she will have to reduce her expenditure on mangoes by P1 amount if she wants one more quantity of bananas. With P1, she could buy P1 by P2 quantities of mangoes. Therefore, if the consumer wants to have an extra quantity of bananas, when she is spending all her money, she will have to give up P1 by P2 quantities of mango. In other words, in the given market conditions, the consumer can substitute bananas for mangoes at the rate P1 by P2. Derivation of the slope of the budget line. The slope of the budget line measures the amount of change in mangoes required per unit of change in bananas along the budget line. Consider any 2 points x1, x2 and x1 plus del x1, x2 plus del x2 on the budget line. It must be the case that P1 x1 plus P2 x2 equals to m, and P1 x1 plus del x1 plus P2 of x2 plus del x2 equals to m. Subtracting 2.4 from 2.5, we obtain P1 del x1 plus P2 del x2 equals to 0. By rearranging terms in 2.6, we obtain del x2 by del x1 equals to minus P1 by P2. Delta is a Greek letter. In mathematics, del is sometimes used to denote a change. Thus, del x1 stands for a change in x1 and del x2 stands for a change in x2. The absolute value of the slope of the budget line measures the rate at which the consumer is able to substitute bananas for mangoes when she spends her entire budget. The absolute value of a number x is equal to x if x greater than equals to 0 and is equal to minus x if x less than 0. The absolute value of x is usually denoted by mod x. Changes in the budget set. The set of available bundles depends on the prices of the two goods and the income of the consumer. When the price of either of the goods or the consumer's income changes, the set of available bundles is also likely to change. Suppose the consumer's income changes from m to m dash, but the prices of two goods remain unchanged. With the new income, the consumer can afford to buy all bundles x1, x2 such that P1 x1 plus P2 x2 less than equals to m dash. Now the equation of budget line is P1 x1 plus P2 x2 equals to m dash. Note that the slope of the new budget line is the same as the slope of the budget line prior to the change in the consumer's income. However, the vertical intercept has changed after the change in income. If there is an increase in the income, that means if m dash greater than m, the vertical as well as the horizontal intercepts increases. There is a parallel outward shift of the budget line. If the income increases, the consumer can buy more of the goods at the prevailing market prices. Similarly, if the income goes down, that means if m dash less than m, both intercepts decrease and hence there is a parallel inverse shift of the budget line. If income goes down, the availability of goods goes down. Changes in the set of available bundles resulting from changes in consumer's income when the prices of the two goods remain unchanged are shown in figure 2.10. Now suppose the price of bananas change from P1 to P1 dash, but the price of mangoes and the consumer's income remain unchanged. At the new price of bananas, the consumer can afford to buy all bundles x1 x2 such that P1 dash x1 plus P2 x2 less than equals to m. The equation of the budget line is P1 dash x1 plus P2 x2 equals to m. Equation 2.10 can also be written as x2 equals to m by P2 minus P1 dash by P2 x1. Note that the vertical intercept of the new budget line is the same as the vertical intercept of the budget line prior to the change in the price of bananas. However, the slope of the budget line and horizontal intercept have changed after price change. If the price of bananas increases, that means if P1 dash greater than P1, the absolute value of the slope of the budget line increases and the budget line becomes steeper. It pivots inward around the vertical intercept and horizontal intercept decreases. If the price of banana decreases, that means P1 dash less than P1, the absolute value of the slope of the budget line decreases and hence the budget line becomes flatter. It pivots outward around the vertical intercept and horizontal intercept increases. Figure 2.11 shows change in the budget set when the price of only one commodity changes, while the price of the other commodity as well as income of the consumer are constant. A change in price of mangoes when price of bananas and the consumer's income remain unchanged will bring about similar changes in the budget set of the consumer. तो ये है इसका ग्राफ. तो आज का सेशन हम यहीं तक रखते हैं. इसके बाद का हम पार्ट 2 में देखेंगे. तो अगर आप चैनल पर नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आप सारे वीडियोस देख सकें. और अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए, साथ ही अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके. तो मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट वीडियो में. हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल. तो अब हम देखने वाले हैं एनसीईआरटी इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12 का, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 2 जो कि है थ्योरी ऑफ कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर. तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर. In this chapter, we will study the behavior of an individual consumer. The consumer has to decide how to spend her income on different goods. Economists call this the problem of choice. Most naturally, any consumer will want to get a combination of goods that gives her maximum satisfaction. What will be this best combination? This depends on the likes of the consumer and what the consumer can afford to buy. The likes of the consumer are also called preferences, and what the consumer can afford to buy depends on prices of the goods and the income of the consumer. This chapter presents two different approaches that explain consumer behavior. First, cardinal utility analysis, and second, ordinal utility analysis. We shall use the term goods to mean goods as well as services. Preliminary notations and assumption. A consumer in general consumes many goods, but for simplicity, we shall consider the consumer's choice problem in a situation where there are only two goods, bananas and mangoes. The assumption that there are only two goods simplifies the analysis considerably and allows us to understand some important concepts by using simple diagrams. Any combination of the amount of the two goods will be called as consumption bundle, or in short a bundle. In general, we shall use the variable x1 to denote the quantity of bananas and x2 to denote the quantities of mangoes. X1 and x2 can be positive or 0. X1 x2 would mean the bundle consisting of x1 quantity of bananas and x2 quantities of mangoes. For particular values of x1 and x2, that means x1 and x2 would give us a particular bundle. For example, the bundle 510 consists of 5 bananas and 10 mangoes. The bundle 105 consists of 10 bananas and 5 mangoes. Utility. A consumer usually decides his demand for a commodity on the basis of utility or satisfaction that he derives from it. What is utility? Utility of a commodity is its want satisfying capacity. The more the need of a commodity or the stronger the desire to have it, the greater is the utility derived from the commodity. Utility is subjective. Different individuals can get different levels of utility from the same commodity. For example, someone who likes chocolates will get much higher utility from a chocolate than someone who is not so fond of chocolates. Also, utility that one individual gets from the commodity can change with change in place and time. For example, utility from the use of a room heater will depend upon whether the individual is in Ladakh or Chennai, or whether it is summer or winter time. Cardinal utility analysis. Cardinal utility analysis assumes that level of utility can be expressed in numbers. For example, we can measure the utility derived from a shirt and say this shirt gives me 50 units of utility. Before discussing further, it will be useful to have a look at two important measures of utility. Measures of utility. Total utility. Total utility of a fixed quantity of a commodity TU is the total satisfaction derived from consuming the given amount of some commodity X. More of commodity X provides more satisfaction to the consumer. TU depends on the quantity of the commodity consumed. Therefore, TUN refers to total utility derived from consuming n units of a commodity X. Marginal utility. Marginal utility is the change in the total utility due to consumption of one additional unit of a commodity. For example, suppose 4 bananas gives us 28 units of total utility and 5 bananas gives us 30 units of total utility. Clearly, consumption of the fifth banana has caused total utility to increase by 2 units, 30 units minus 28 units. Therefore, marginal utility of the fifth banana is 2 units. MU5 equals to TU5 minus TU4 equals to 30 minus 28 equals to 2. In general, MUN equals to TUN minus TUN minus 1, where subscript n refers to the nth unit of the commodity. Total utility and marginal utility can also be related in the following way. TUN equals to MU1 plus MU2 plus MUN minus 1 plus MUN. This simply means that TU derived from consuming n units of bananas is the sum total of marginal utility of first banana MU1, marginal utility of second banana MU2 and so on, till the marginal utility of the nth unit. Table number 2.1 and figure 2.1 shows an imaginary example of the values of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. Usually, it is seen that the marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity. This happens because having obtained some amount of the commodity, the desire of the consumer to have still more of it becomes weaker. The same is also shown in the table and graph. Table 2.1. Values of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. Figure 2.1. The value of marginal and total utility derived from consumption of various amounts of a commodity. The marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity. Notice that MU3 is less than MU2. You may have also noticed that total utility increases but at a diminishing rate. The rate of change in total utility due to change in quantity of commodity consumed is a measure of marginal utility. This marginal utility diminishes with increase in consumption of the commodity from 12 to 6, 6 to 4 and so on. This follows from the law of diminishing marginal utility. Law of diminishing marginal utility states that marginal utility from consuming each additional unit of a commodity declines as its consumption increases, while keeping consumption of other commodities constant. Mu becomes 0 at a level when Tu remains constant. In the example, Tu does not change at fifth unit of consumption and therefore Mu5 equals to 0. Thereafter, Tu starts falling and Mu becomes negative. Derivation of demand curve in the case of a single commodity. Law of diminishing marginal utility. Cardinal utility analysis can be used to derive demand curve for a commodity. What is demand and what is demand curve? The quantity of a commodity that a consumer is willing to buy and is able to afford, given prices of goods and income of the consumer, is called demand for that commodity. Demand for a commodity X apart from the price of X itself depends on factors such as prices of other commodities, income of the consumer, and taste and preferences of the consumers. Demand curve is a graphic presentation of various quantities of a commodity that a consumer is willing to buy at different prices of the same commodity while holding constant price of other related commodities and income of the consumer. Figure 2.2 presents hypothetical demand curve of an individual for commodity X at its different prices. Quantity is measured along the horizontal axis and price is measured along the vertical axis. The downward sloping demand curve shows that at lower prices the individual is willing to buy more of commodity X. At higher prices, C is willing to buy less of commodity X. Therefore, there is a negative relationship between price of a commodity and quantity demanded, which is referred to as the law of demand. An explanation for a downward sloping demand curve stressed on the notion of diminishing marginal utility. The law of diminishing marginal utility states that each successive unit of a commodity provides lower marginal utility. Therefore, the individual will not be willing to pay as much for each additional unit, and this results in a downward sloping demand curve. At a price of rupees 40 per unit X, individuals' demand for X was 5 units. The sixth unit of commodity X will be worth less than the fifth unit. The individual will be willing to buy the sixth unit only when the price drops below rupees 40 per unit. Hence, the law of diminishing marginal utility explains why demand curves have a negative slope. Ordinal utility analysis. Cardinal utility analysis is simple to understand but suffers from a major drawback in the form of quantification of utility in numbers. In real life, we never express utility in the form of numbers. At the most, we can rank various alternative combinations in terms of having more or less utility. In other words, the consumer does not measure utility in numbers, though he often ranks various consumption bundles. This forms the starting point of the topic ordinal utility analysis. A consumer's preferences over the set of available bundles can often be represented diagrammatically. We have already seen that the bundles available to the consumer can be plotted as 2 points in a two-dimensional graph. The points representing bundles which give the consumer equal utility can generally be joined to obtain a curve like the one in figure 2.3. The consumer is said to be indifferent on the different bundles because each point of the bundle gives the consumer equal utility. Such a curve joining all points representing bundles among which the consumer is indifferent is called the indifferent curve. All the points such as A, B, C, and D lying on an indifference curve provide the consumer with the same level of satisfaction. It is clear that when a consumer gets one more banana, he has to forego some mangoes, so that her total utility level remains the same, and she remains on the same indifference curve. Therefore, indifference curve slopes downward. The amount of bananas that the consumer has to forego in order to get an additional banana, her total utility level being the same, is called the marginal rate of substitution (MRS). In other words, MRS is simply the rate at which the consumer will substitute bananas for mangoes so that her total utility remains constant. So MRS equals to del y by del x bar. Del y by del x equals to del y by del x if y by del x greater than equals to 0 equals to minus del y by del x if del y less than del x by del x equals to 0. MRS equals to del y by a del x means that MRS equals only the magnitude of the expression del y by del x. If del y by del x equals to minus 3 by 1, it means MRS equals to 3. One can notice that in the table 2.2, as we increase the quantity of bananas, the quantity of mangoes sacrificed for each additional banana declines. In other words, MRS diminishes with increase in the number of bananas. As the number of bananas the consumer increases, the MU derived from each additional banana falls. Similarly, with the fall in quantity of mangoes, the marginal utility derived from mangoes increases. So, with increase in the number of bananas, the consumer will feel the inclination to sacrifice small and smaller amounts of mangoes. This tendency for the MRS to fall with increase in quantity of bananas is known as law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. This can be seen from figure 2.3 also. Going from point A to point B, the consumer sacrifices 3 mangoes for 1 banana. Going from point B to point C, the consumer sacrifices 2 mangoes for 1 banana. And going from point C to D, the consumer sacrifices just 1 mango for 1 banana. Thus, it is clear that the consumer sacrifices smaller and smaller quantities of mangoes for each additional banana. Shape of an indifference curve. It may be mentioned that the law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution causes an indifference curve to be convex to the origin. This is the most common shape of an indifference curve. But in case of goods being perfect substitutes, the marginal rate of substitution does not diminish. It remains the same. Let's take an example. Perfect substitutes are the goods which can be used in place of each other and provide exactly the same level of utility to the consumer. Representation of law of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Here the consumer is indifferent for all these combinations as long as the total of 5 rupee coins and 5 rupee notes remain the same. For the consumer, it hardly matters whether she gets a 5 rupee coin or a 5 rupee note. So, irrespective of how many 5 rupees note she has, the consumer will sacrifice only one 5 rupee coin for a 5 rupee note. So, these two commodities are perfect substitutes for the consumer, and indifference curve depicting this will be a straight line. In the figure 2.4, it can be seen that consumer sacrifices the same number of 5 rupee coins each time he has an additional 5 rupee note. Monotonic preferences. Consumers' preferences are assumed to be such that between any two numbers x1, any two bundles x1 and x2 and y1, y2, if x1, x2 has more of at least one of the goods and no less of the other goods compared to y1, y2, then the consumer prefers x1, x2 to y1, y2. Preferences of this kind are called monotonic preferences. Thus, a consumer's preferences are monotonic if and only if between any two bundles the consumer prefers the bundle which has more of at least one of the goods and no less of the other goods as compared to the other bundle. Indifference map. The consumer's preferences over all the bundles can be represented by a family of indifference curves. As shown in figure 2.5, this is called an indifference map of the consumer. All points on an indifference curve represent bundles which are considered indifferent by the consumer. Monotonicity of preferences imply that between any two indifference curves, the bundles of on the one which lies above are preferred to the bundles on the one which lies below. Features of indifference curve. Indifference curve slopes downwards from left to right. An indifference curve slopes downwards from left to right, which means that in order to have more of bananas, the consumer has to forego some mangoes. If the consumer does not forego some mangoes with an increase in number of bananas, it will mean consumer having more of bananas with same number of mangoes, taking her to a higher indifference curve. Thus, as long as the consumer is on the same indifference curve, an increase in bananas must be compensated by a fall in quantity of mangoes. Higher indifference curves gives greater level of utility. As long as marginal utility of a commodity is positive, an individual will always prefer more of that commodity, as more of the commodity will increase the level of satisfaction. Consider the different combination of bananas and mangoes A, B and C depicted in table 2.4 and figure 2.7. Combination A, B and C consist of same quantity of mangoes but different quantities of bananas. Since combination B has more bananas, then A, B will provide the individual A higher level of satisfaction than A. Therefore, B will lie on a higher indifference curve than A, depicting higher satisfaction. Likewise, C has more bananas than B. Quantity of mangoes is the same in both B and C. Therefore, C will provide higher level of satisfaction than B and also lie on a higher indifference curve than B. A higher indifference curve consisting of combination of more of mangoes or more of bananas or more of both will represent combination that gives high level of satisfaction. Two indifference curves never intersect each other. Two indifference curves intersecting each other will lead to conflicting results. To explain this, let us allow two indifference curves to intersect each other as shown in the figure 2.8. As shown, as points A and B lie on the same indifference curve, IC1 utilizes derived from combination A and combination B will give the same level of satisfaction. Similarly, as point A and C lie on the same indifference curve, IC2 utility derived from combination A and from combination B, a combination C will give the same level of satisfaction. From this, it follows that utility from point B and from point C will also be the same. But this is clearly an absurd result, as on point B the consumer gets a greater number of mangoes with the same quantity of bananas. So consumer is better off at point B than at C. Thus, it is clear that intersecting indifference curves will lead to conflicting results. Thus, two indifference curves cannot intersect each other. The consumer's budget. Let us consider a consumer who has only a fixed amount of money or income to spend on two goods. The prices of the goods are given in the market. The consumer cannot buy any and every combination of the two goods that she may want to consume. The consumption bundles that are available to the consumer depend on the prices of the two goods and the income of the consumer. Given her fixed income and the prices of the two goods, the consumer can afford to buy only those bundles which cost her less than or equal to her income. Budget set and budget line. Suppose the income of the consumer is M and the prices of bananas and mangoes are P1 and P2 respectively. Price of a good is amount of money that the consumer has to pay per unit of the good she wants to buy. If rupee is the unit of money and quantity of the good is measured in kilograms, the price of banana being P1 means the consumer has to pay P1 rupees per kilograms of banana that she wants to buy. If the consumer wants to buy X1 quantities of bananas, she will have to spend P1 X1 amount of money. Similarly, if the consumer wants to buy X2 quantities of mangoes, you will have to spend P2 X2 amount of money. Therefore, if the consumer wants to buy the bundle consisting of X1 quantities of bananas and X2 quantities of mangoes, she will have to spend P1 X1 plus P2 X2 amount of money. She can buy this bundle only if she has at least P1 X1 plus P2 X2 amount of money. Given the prices of the goods and the income of a consumer, she can choose any bundle as long as it costs less than or equal to the income she has. In other words, the consumer can buy any bundle X1 X2 such that P1 X1 plus P2 X2 less than equals to M. The inequality 2.1 is called the consumer's budget constant. The set of bundle available to the consumer is called the budget set. The budget set is thus the collection of all the bundles that the consumers can buy with her income at the prevailing market prices. Example. Consider for example a consumer who has rupees 20 and suppose bought the goods are priced at rupees 5 and are available only in integral units. The bundles this consumer can afford to buy are 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31, and 40. Among these bundles, 04, 13, 22, 31, and 40 cost exactly rupees 20, and all the other bundles cost less than rupees 20. The consumer cannot afford to buy bundles like 33 and 45 because they cost more than rupees 20 at the prevailing prices. If both the goods are perfectly divisible, the consumer's budget set would consist of all the bundles x1, x2 such that x1 and x2 are any numbers greater than or equal to 0 and p1 x1 plus p2 x2 less than equals to m. The budget set can be represented in a diagram as in figure 2.9. The goods considered in example 2.1 were not divisible and were available only in integer units. There are many goods which are divisible in the sense that they are available in non-integer units also. It is not possible to buy half an orange or one-fourth of a banana, but it is certainly possible to buy half a kilogram of rice or one-fourth of a liter of milk. All bundles in the positive quadrant which are on or below the line are included in the budget set. The equation of the line is P1x1 plus P2x2 equals to M. The line consists of all bundles which cost exactly equal to M. This line is called the budget line. Points below the budget line represent bundles which cost readily less than M. The equation 2.2 can also be written as x2 equals to M by P2 minus P1 by P2 x1. In school mathematics, you have learned the equation of a straight line as y equals to c plus mx, where c is the vertical intercept and m is the slope of the straight line. Note that equation 2.3 has the same form. The budget line is a straight line with horizontal intercept m by p1 and vertical intercept m by p2. The horizontal intercept represents the bundle that the consumer can buy if she spends her entire income on bananas. Similarly, the vertical intercept represents the bundle that a consumer can buy if she spends her entire income on mangoes. The slope of the budget line is minus P1 by P2. Price ratio and the slope of the budget line. Think of any point on the budget line. Such a point represents a bundle which costs the consumer her entire budget. Now suppose the consumer wants to have one more banana. She can do it only if she gives up some amount of the other good. How many mangoes does she have to give up if she wants to have an extra quantity of bananas? It would depend on the prices of the two goods. A quantity of banana cost P1, therefore she will have to reduce her expenditure on mangoes by P1 amount if she wants one more quantity of bananas. With P1, she could buy P1 by P2 quantities of mangoes. Therefore, if the consumer wants to have an extra quantity of bananas, when she is spending all her money, she will have to give up P1 by P2 quantities of mango. In other words, in the given market conditions, the consumer can substitute bananas for mangoes at the rate P1 by P2. Derivation of the slope of the budget line. The slope of the budget line measures the amount of change in mangoes required per unit of change in bananas along the budget line. Consider any 2 points x1, x2 and x1 plus del x1, x2 plus del x2 on the budget line. It must be the case that p1 x1 plus p2 x2 equals to m and p1 x1 plus del x1 plus p2 of x2 plus del x2 equals to m. Subtracting 2.4 from 2.5, we obtain P1 del x1 plus P2 del x2 equals to 0. By rearranging terms in 2.6, we obtain del x2 by del x1 equals to minus P1 by P2. Delta is a Greek letter. In mathematics, del is sometimes used to denote a change. Thus, del x1 stands for a change in x1 and del x2 stands for a change in x2. The absolute value of the slope of the budget line measures the rate at which the consumer is able to substitute bananas for mangoes when she spends her entire budget. The absolute value of a number x is equal to x if x greater than equals to 0 and is equal to minus x if x less than 0. The absolute value of x is usually denoted by mod x. Changes in the budget set. The set of available bundles depends on the prices of the two goods and the income of the consumer. When the price of either of the goods or the consumer's income changes, the set of available bundles is also likely to change. Suppose the consumer's income changes from M to M dash, but the prices of two goods remain unchanged. With the new income, the consumer can afford to buy all bundles X1, X2 such that P1 X1 plus P2 X2 less than equals to M dash. Now the equation of budget line is P1 X1 plus P2 X2 equals to M dash. Note that the slope of the new budget line is the same as the slope of the budget line prior to the change in the consumer's income. However, the vertical intercept has changed after the change in income. If there is an increase in the income, that means if M dash greater than M, the vertical as well as the horizontal intercepts increases. There is a parallel outward shift of the budget line. If the income increases, the consumer can buy more of the goods at the prevailing market prices. Similarly, if the income goes down, that means if M dash less than M, both intercepts decrease and hence there is a parallel inverse shift of the budget line. If income goes down, the availability of goods goes down. Changes in the set of available bundles resulting from changes in consumer's income when the prices of the two goods remain unchanged are shown in figure 2.10. Now suppose the price of bananas change from P1 to P1 dash, but the price of mangoes and the consumer's income remain unchanged. At the new price of bananas, the consumer can afford to buy all bundles X1 X2 such that P1 dash X1 plus P2 X2 less than equals to M. The equation of the budget line is P1 dash X1 plus P2 X2 equals to M. Equation 2.10 can also be written as x2 equals to m by p2 minus p1 dash by p2 x1. Note that the vertical intercept of the new budget line is the same as the vertical intercept of the budget line prior to the change in the price of bananas. However, the slope of the budget line and horizontal intercept have changed after price change. If the price of bananas increases, that means if P1 dash greater than P1, the absolute value of the slope of the budget line increases and the budget line becomes steeper. It pivots inward around the vertical intercept and horizontal intercept decreases. If the price of banana decreases, that means P1 dash less than P1, the absolute value of the slope of the budget line decreases and hence the budget line becomes flatter. It pivots outward around the vertical intercept and horizontal intercept increases. Figure 2.11 shows change in the budget set when the price of only one commodity changes, while the price of the other commodity as well as income of the consumer are constant. A change in price of mangoes when price of bananas and the consumer's income remain unchanged will bring about similar changes in the budget set of the consumer. तो ये है इसका ग्राफ. Optimal choice of the consumer. The budget set consists of all bundles that are available to the consumer. The consumer can choose her consumption bundle from the budget set. But on what basis does she choose her consumption bundle from the ones that are available to her? In economics, it is assumed that the consumer chooses her consumption bundle on the basis of her taste and preferences over the bundles in the budget set. It is generally assumed that the consumer has well-defined preferences over the set of all possible bundles. She can compare any two bundles. In other words, between any two bundles, she either prefers one to the other or she is indifferent between the two. Equality of the marginal rate of substitution and the ratio of the prices. The optimum bundle of the consumer is located at the point where the budget line is tangent to one of the indifference curves. If the budget line is tangent to an indifference curve at a point, the absolute value of the slope of the indifference curve (MRS) and that of the budget line price ratio are same at that point. Recall from our earlier discussion that the slope of the indifference curve is the rate at which the consumer is willing to substitute one good for the other. The slope of the budget line is the rate at which the consumer is able to substitute one good for the other in the market. At the optimum, the two rates should be the same. To see why, consider a point where this is not so. Suppose the MRS at such a point is 2 and suppose the two goods have the same price. At this point, the consumer is willing to give up 2 mangoes if she is given an extra banana. But in the market, she can buy an extra banana if she gives up just 1 mango. Therefore, if she buys an extra banana, she can have more of both the goods compared to the bundle represented by the point, and hence move to a preferred bundle. Thus, a point at which the MRS is greater, the price ratio cannot be the optimum. A similar argument holds for any point at which the MRS is less than the price ratio. In economics, it is generally assumed that the consumer is a rational individual. A rational individual clearly knows what is good or what is bad for her, and in any given situation she always tries to achieve the best for herself. Thus, not only does a consumer have well-defined preferences over the set of available bundles, she also acts according to her preferences. From the bundles which are available to her, a rational consumer always chooses the one which gives her maximum satisfaction. In the earlier section, it was observed that the budget set describes the bundles that are available to the consumer, and her preferences over the available bundles can usually be represented by an indifference map. Therefore, the consumer's problems can also be stated as follows. The rational consumer's problem is to move to a point on the highest possible indifference curve given her budget set. If such a point exists, where would it be located? The optimum point would be located on the budget line. A point below the budget line cannot be the optimum. Compared to a point below the budget line, there is always some point on the budget line which contains more of at least one of the goods and no less of the other, and is therefore preferred by a consumer whose preferences are monotonic. Therefore, if the consumer's preferences are monotonic for any point below the budget line, there is some point on the budget line which is preferred by the consumer. Points above the budget line are not available to the consumer. Therefore, the optimum, most preferred bundle of the consumer would be on the budget line. Where on the budget line will the optimum bundle be located? The point at which the budget line just touches is tangent to one of the indifference curves would be the optimum. To be more precise, if the situation is as depicted in figure 2.12, then the optimum would be located at the point where the budget line is tangent to one of the indifference curves. However, there are other situations in which the optimum is at the point where consumer spends her entire income on one of the goods only. To see why this is so, note that any point on the budget line other than the point at which it touches the indifference curve lies on the lower indifference curve and hence is inferior. Therefore, such a point cannot be the consumer's optimum. The optimum bundle is located on the budget line at the point where the budget line is tangent to an indifference curve. Figure 2.12 illustrates the consumer's optimum at x1, x2. The budget line is tangent to the black colored indifference curve. The first thing to note is that the indifference curve just touching the budget line is the highest possible indifference curve given the consumer's budget set. Bundles on the indifference curves above this, like the gray one, are not affordable. Points on the indifference curves below this, like the blue one, are certainly inferior to the points on the indifference curve, just touching the budget line. Any other point on the budget line lies on a lower indifference curve and hence is inferior to x1, x2. Therefore, x1, x2 is the consumer's optimum bundle. Demand. In the previous section, we studied the choice problem of the consumer and derived the consumer's optimum bundle, given the prices of the goods, the consumer's income, and her preferences. It was observed that the amount of good that the consumer chooses optimally depends on the price of the good itself, the price of other goods, the consumer's income, and her taste and preferences. The quantity of commodity that a consumer is willing to buy and is able to afford, given prices of goods and consumers' tastes and preferences, is called demand for the commodity. Whenever one or more of these variables change, the quantity of the good chosen by the consumer is likely to change as well. Here we shall change one of these variables at a time and study how the amount of the good chosen by the consumer is related to that variable. Demand curve and the law of demand. If the prices of other goods, the consumer's income, and her taste and preferences remain unchanged, the amount of a good that the consumer optimally chooses becomes entirely dependent on its price. The relation between the consumer's optimal choice of the quantity of a good and its price is very important, and this relation is called the demand function. Thus, the consumer's demand function for a good gives the amount of the good that the consumer chooses at different levels of its price. When the other things remain unchanged, the consumer's demand for a good as a function of its price can be written as x equals to f of p. Function. Consider any two variables x and y. A function y equals to f of x is a relation between the two variables x and y such that for each value of x, there is an unique value of the variable y. In other words, f of x is a rule which assigns an unique value y for each value of x. As the value of y depends on the value of x, y is called the dependent variable and x is called the independent variable. Example. Consider for example a situation where x can take the values 0, 1, 2, 3 and suppose corresponding value of y are 10, 15, 18 and 20 respectively. Here y and x are related by the function f equals to y equals to f of x, which is defined as follows. f0 equals to 10, f of 1 equals to 15, f of 2 equals to 18 and f of 3 equals to 20. Example 2. Consider another situation where x can take the values 0, 5, 10 and 20 and suppose corresponding values of y are 100, 90, 70 and 40 respectively. Hence, y and x are related by the function y equals to f of x, which is defined as follows. F of 0 equals to 100, f of 10 equals to 90, f of 15 equals to 70, and f of 20 equals to 40. Very often, a functional relation between the two variables can be expressed in algebraic forms like y equals to 5 plus x and y equals to 50 minus x. A function y equals to f of x is an increasing function if the value of y does not decrease with increase in the value of x. It is a decreasing function if the value of y does not increase with increase in the value of x. The function in example 1 is an increasing function, so is the function y equals to x plus 5. The function in example 2 is a decreasing function. The function y equals to 50 minus x is also decreasing. Graphical representation of a function. A graph of a function y equals to f of x is a diagrammatic representation of the function. Following are the graphs of the functions in the examples given above. Usually in a graph, the independent variable is measured along the horizontal axis and the dependent variable is measured along the vertical axis. However, in economics, often the opposite is done. The demand curve, for example, is drawn by taking the independent variable price along the vertical axis and the dependent variable quantity along the horizontal axis. The graph of an increasing function is upward sloping and the graph of the decreasing function is downward sloping. As we can see from the diagrams above, the graph of y equals to 5 plus x is upward sloping and that of y equals to 50 minus x is downward sloping. Where x denotes the quantity and p denotes the price of the good. The demand function can also be represented graphically as in figure 2.13. The graphical representation of the demand function is called the demand curve. The relation between the consumer's demand for a good and the price of the good is likely to be negative in general. In other words, the amount of a good that a consumer would optimally choose is likely to increase when the price of the good falls, and it is likely to decrease with a rise in the price of the good. Deriving a demand curve from indifference curves and budget. Consider an individual consuming bananas x1 and mangoes x2, whose income is M and market prices of x1 and x2 are P1 and P2 respectively. Figure A depicts her consumption equilibrium at point C, where she buys x1 and x2 quantities of bananas and mangoes respectively. In panel B of figure 2.14, we plot P1 against x1, which is the first point on the demand curve for x1. Suppose the price of x1 drops to P1 bar with P2 and M remaining constant. The budget set in panel A expands and new consumption equilibrium is on higher indifference curve at point D, where she buys more of bananas x1 bar greater than x1 Thus, demand for bananas increase as its price drops. We plot P1 bar against x1 in panel B of figure 2.14 to get the second point on the demand curve for x1. Likewise, the price of bananas can be dropped further to P1 cap, resulting in further increase in consumption of bananas to x1 cap. P1 cap plotted against x1 cap gives us the third point on the demand curve. Therefore, we observe that a drop in price of bananas results in an increase in quality of bananas purchased by an individual who maximizes his utility. The demand curve for bananas is thus negatively sloped. The negative slope of the demand curve can also be explained in terms of the two effects, namely substitution effect and income effect, that come into play when price of a commodity changes. When banana becomes cheaper, the consumer maximizes his utility by substituting bananas for mangoes in order to derive the same level of satisfaction of a price change, resulting in an increase in demand for bananas. Moreover, as price of banana drops, consumers' purchasing power increases, which further increases demand for bananas and mangoes. This is the income effect of a price change, resulting in further increase in demand for bananas. Law of demand. Law of demand states that, other things being equal, there is a negative relation between demand for a commodity and its price. In other words, when price of the commodity increases, demand for it falls, and when price of the commodity decreases, demand for it rises, other factors remaining the same. Linear demand. A linear demand curve can be written as d of p equals to a minus bp, 0 less than equals to p less than equals to a by b, equals to 0, p greater than a by b, where a is the vertical intercept minus b is the slope of the demand curve at price 0, and the demand is a, and at price equals to a by b, the demand is 0. The slope of the demand curve measures the rate at which demand changes with respect to its price. For a unit increase in the price of the good, the demand falls by b unit. Figure 2.15 depicts a linear demand curve. Normal and inferior goods. The demand function is a relation between the consumer's demand for a good and its price when other things are given. Instead of studying the relation between demand for a good and its price, we can also study the relation between the consumer's demand for the good and the income of the consumer. The quantity of a good that the consumer demands can increase or decrease with the rise in income depending on the nature of the good. For most goods, the quantity that a consumer chooses increases as the consumer's income increases and decreases as the consumer's income decreases. Such goods are called normal goods. Thus, a consumer's demand for a normal good moves in the same direction as the income of the consumer. However, there are some goods that the demands for which move in the opposite direction of the income of the consumer. Such goods are called inferior goods. As the income of the consumer increases, the demand for an inferior good falls. As the income decreases, the demand for an inferior good rises. Examples of inferior goods include low quality food items like coarse cereals. A rise in the purchasing power income of the consumer can sometimes induce the consumer to reduce the consumption of a good. In such a case, the substitution effect and the income effect will work in opposite direction. The demand for such a good can be inversely or positively related to its price depending on the relative strengths of these two opposing effects. If the substitution effect is stronger than the income effect, the demand for the good and the price of the good would still be inversely related. However, if the income effect is stronger than the substitution effect, the demand for the good would be positively related to its price. Such a good is called a given good. A good can be normal good for the consumer at some levels of income and an inferior good for her at other levels of income. At very low levels of income, a consumer's demand for low quality cereals can increase with income. But beyond a level, any increase in income of the consumer is likely to reduce her consumption of such food items as she switches to better quality cereals. Substitutes and complements. We can also study the relation between the quantity of a good that a consumer chooses and the price of a related good. The quantity of a good that the consumer chooses can increase or decrease with the rise in the price of a related good depending on whether the two goods are substitutes or complementary to each other. Goods which are consumed together are called complementary goods. Example of goods which are complement to each other includes tea and sugar, shoes and socks, pen and ink, etc. Since tea and sugar are used together, an increase in the price of sugar is likely to decrease the demand for tea, and a decrease in the price of sugar is likely to increase the demand for tea. Similar is the case with other complements. In general, the demand for a good moves in the opposite direction of the price of its complementary goods. In contrast to complements, goods like tea and coffee are not consumed together. In fact, they are substitutes for each other. Since tea is a substitute for coffee, if the price of coffee increases, the consumers can shift to tea, and hence the consumption of tea is likely to go up. On the other hand, if the price of coffee decreases, the consumption of tea is likely to go down. The demand for a good usually moves in the direction of the price of its substitutes. Shifts in the demand curve. The demand curve was drawn under the assumption that the consumer's income, the prices of other goods, and the preferences of the consumers are given. What happens to the demand curve when any of these things changes? Given the prices of other goods and the preferences of a consumer, if the income increases, the demand for the good at each price changes, and hence there is a shift in the demand curve. For normal goods, the demand curve shifts rightward, and for inferior goods, the demand curve shifts leftward. Given the consumer's income and her preferences, if the price of a related good changes, the demand for a good at each level of its price changes, and hence there is a shift in the demand curve. If there is an increase in the price of a substitute good, the demand curve shifts rightward. On the other hand, if there is an increase in the price of a complementary good, the demand curve shifts leftward. The demand curve can also shift due to a change in the taste and preferences of the consumer. If the consumer's preferences change in favor of a good, the demand curve for such a good shifts rightward. On the other hand, the demand curve shifts leftward due to an unfavorable change in the preferences of the consumer. The demand curve for ice creams, for example, is likely to shift rightward in the summer because of preference for ice cream goes up in summer. Revelation of the fact that cold drinks might be injurious to health can adversely affect preferences for cold drinks. This is likely to result in a leftward shift in the demand curve for cold drinks. Shifts in the demand curve are depicted in figure 2.16. It may be mentioned that shift in demand curve takes place when there is a change in some factor other than the price of the commodity. Movements along the demand curve and shifts in the demand curve. As it has been noted earlier, the amount of a good that the consumer chooses depends on the price of the good, the prices of other goods, income of the consumer, and her taste and preferences. The demand function is a relation between the amount of the good and its price when other things remain unchanged. The demand curve is a graphical representation of the demand function. At higher prices, the demand is less, and at lower prices, the demand is more. Thus, any change in the price leads to movements along the demand curve. On the other hand, changes in any of the other things lead to shift in the demand curve. Figure 2.17 illustrates a movement along the demand curve and a shift in the demand curve. Market demand. In the last section, we studied the choice problem of the individual consumer and derived the demand curve of the consumer. However, in the market for a good, there are many consumers. It is important to find out the market demand for the good. The market demand for a good at a particular price is the total demand of all consumers taken together. The market demand for a good can be derived from the individual demand curves. Suppose there are only two consumers in the market for a good. Suppose at price P dash, the demand of consumer 1 is Q1 dash and that of consumer 2 is Q2 dash. Then the market demand of the good at P dash is Q1 dash plus Q2 dash. Similarly, at price P cap, if the demand of consumer 1 is Q1 cap and that of consumer 2 is Q2 cap, the market demand of the good at P cap is Q1 cap plus Q2 cap. Thus, the market demand for the good at each price can be derived by adding up the demand of the two consumers at that price. If there are more than two consumers in the market for a good, the market demand can be derived similarly. The market demand curve of a good can also be derived from the individual demand curves graphically by adding up the individual demand curves horizontally as shown in figure 2.18. This method of adding two curves is called horizontal summation. Adding up two linear demand curves. Consider, for example, a market where there are two consumers and the demand curves of the two consumers are given as D1 of P equals to 10 minus P and D2 of P equals to 15 minus P. Furthermore, at any price greater than 10, the consumer 1 demands 0 unit of the good, and similarly at any price greater than 15, the consumer 2 demands 0 unit of the good. The market demand can be derived by adding equation 2.14 and 2.15. At any price less than or equals to 10, the market demand is given by 25 minus 2p. For any price greater than 10 and less than or equal to 15, market demand is 15 minus p, and at any price greater than 15, the market demand is 0. Elasticity of demand. The demand for a good moves in opposite direction of its price, but the impact of the price change is always not the same. Sometimes the demand for a good changes considerably even for small price changes. On the other hand, there are some goods for which the demand is not affected much by price changes. Demand for some goods are very responsive to price changes, while demands for certain others are not so responsive to price changes. Price elasticity of demand is a measure of the responsiveness of the demand for a good to change in its price. Price elasticity of demand for a good is defined as the percentage change in demand for the good divided by the percentage change in its price. price elasticity of demand for a good. E equals to percentage change in demand for the good by percentage change in the price of the good. Del Q by Q into 100 by del P by P into 100 equals to del Q by Q into P by del P, where del P is the change in the price of the good and del Q is the change in quantity of good. Suppose an individual buy 15 bananas when his price is rupees 5 per banana. When the price increases to rupees 7 per banana, he reduces his demand to 12 bananas. In order to find our elasticity demand for bananas, we find the percentage change in quantity demanded and its price using the information summarized in table. Note that the price elasticity of demand is a negative number since the demand for a good is negatively related to the price of the good. However, for simplicity, we will always refer to the absolute value of the elasticity. तो ये इसका कैलकुलेशन है, आप देख सकते हैं. Therefore, in our example, as price of banana increases by 40%, demand for bananas drop by 20%. Price elasticity of demand E equals to 20 by 40 equals to 0.5. Clearly, the demand for bananas is not very responsive to a change in price of bananas. When the percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in market price, if he is estimated to be less than 1 and demand for the goods is said to be inelastic at that price. Demand for essential goods is often found to be inelastic. When the percentage change in quantity demanded is more than the percentage change in the market price, the demand is said to be highly responsive to the change in market price and the estimated EV is more than 1. The demand for the good is said to be elastic at that price. Demand for luxury goods is seen to be highly responsive to changes in their market prices and EV greater than 1. When the percentage change in quantity demanded equals the percentage change in its market price, E is estimated to be equal to 1 and the demand for the good is said to be unitary elastic at that price. Note that the demand for certain goods may be elastic, unitary elastic and inelastic at different prices. In fact, in the next section, elasticity along a linear demand curve is estimated at different price and shown to vary at each point on a downward sloping demand curve. Elasticity along a linear demand curve. Let us consider a linear demand curve Q equals to A minus BP. Note that at any point on the demand curve, the change in the demand per unit change in the price del Q by del P equals to minus B. Substituting the value of del Q by del P in 2.16b, we obtain E equals to minus B into P by Q. Putting the value of Q, E D equals to minus BP by A minus BP. From 2.17, it is clear that the elasticity of demand is different at different points on a linear demand curve. At P equals to 0, the elasticity is 0. At Q equals to 0, elasticity is infinity. At P equals to A by 2B, the elasticity is 1. At any price greater than 0 and less than A by 2B, elasticity is less than 1. And at any price greater than A by 2B, elasticity is greater than 1. The price elasticities of demand along the linear demand curve given by equation 2.17 are depicted in figure 2.19. Geometric measure of elasticity along a linear demand curve. The elasticity of a linear demand curve can easily be measured geometrically. The elasticity of demand at any point on a straight line demand curve is given by the ratio of the lower segment and the upper segment of the demand curve at that point. To see why this is the case, consider the following figure which depicts a straight line demand curve Q equals to A minus BP. Suppose at price P0, the demand for the good is Q0. Now consider a small change in the price. The new price is P dash and at that price demand for the good is Q dash. Del Q equals to Q1 Q0 equals to CD and del P equals to P1 P0 equals to CE. Therefore ED इक्वल्स टू, और ये सब इसका फॉर्मूला दिया है तो हम लास्ट का देखते हैं. Thus ED equals to dA by dB. The elasticity of demand at different points on a straight line demand curve can be derived by this method. Elasticity is 0 at the point where the demand curve meets the horizontal axis, and it is infinity at the point where the demand curve meets the vertical axis. At the midpoint of the demand curve, the elasticity is 1. At any point to the left of the midpoint, it is greater than 1, and at any point to the right, it is less than 1. Note that along the horizontal axis P equals to 0, along the vertical axis Q equals to 0, and at the midpoint of the demand curve P equals to A by 2B. Constant elasticity demand curve. The elasticity demand on different points on a linear demand curve is different, varying from 0 to infinity. But sometimes the demand curves can be such that the elasticity of demand remains constant throughout. Consider, for example, a vertical demand curve as the one depicted in figure 2.20a. Whatever be the price, the demand is given at the level Q bar. A price never leads to a change in the demand for such a demand curve, and ED is always 0. Therefore, a vertical demand curve is perfectly inelastic. Figure 2.20b depicts a horizontal demand curve where market price remains constant at P bar. Whatever be the level of demand for the commodity at any other price, quantity demanded drops to 0, and therefore ED equals to infinity. A horizontal demand curve is perfectly elastic. Figure 2.20c depicts a demand curve which has the shape of a rectangular hyperbola. This demand curve has a property that a percentage change in price along the demand curve always leads to equal percentage change in quantity. Therefore, ED equals to 1 at every point on this demand curve. This demand curve is called the unitary elastic demand curve. Factors determining price elasticity of demand for a good. The price elasticity of demand for a good depends on the nature of the good and the availability of close substitutes of the good. Consider, for example, necessities like food. Such goods are essential for life, and the demand for such goods do not change much in response to changes in their prices. Demand for food does not change much even if food prices go up. On the other hand, demand for luxuries can be very responsive to price changes. In general, demand for a necessity is likely to be price inelastic, while demand for a luxury good is likely to be price elastic. Though demand for food is inelastic, the demands for specific food items are likely to be more elastic. For example, think of a particular variety of pulses. If the price of this variety of pulses goes up, people can shift to some other variety of pulses, which is a close substitute. The demand for a good is likely to be elastic if close substitutes are easily available. On the other hand, if close substitutes are not available easily, the demand for a good is likely to be inelastic. Elasticity and expenditure. The expenditure on a good is equal to the demand for the good times its prices. Often it is important to know how the expenditure on a good changes as a result of a price change. The price of a good and the demand for the good are inversely related to each other. Whether the expenditure on the good goes up or down as the result of an increase in its price depends on how responsive the demand for the good is to the price change. Consider an increase in the price of a good. If the percentage decline in the quantity is greater than the percentage increase in the price, the expenditure on the good will go down. For example, see row 2 in table 2.5. which shows that as the price of the commodity increases by 10%, its demands drop by 12%, resulting in a decline in expenditure on the good. On the other hand, if the percentage decline in quantity is less than the percentage increase in the price, the expenditure on the good will go up. And if the percentage decline in quantity is equal to the percentage increase in the price, the expenditure on the good will remain unchanged. Now consider a decline in the price of the good. If the percentage increase in quantity is greater than the percentage decline in the price, the expenditure on the good will go up. On the other hand, if the percentage increase in quantity is less than the percentage decline in the price, the expenditure on the good will go down. And if the percentage increase in quantity is equal to the percentage decline in the price, the expenditure on the good will remain unchanged. The expenditure on the good would change in the opposite direction as the price change if and only if the percentage change in quantity is greater than the percentage change in price. That means if the good is price elastic, the expenditure on the good would change in the same direction as the price change if and only if the percentage change in quantity is less than the percentage change in price. That means if the good is price inelastic, the expenditure on the good would remain unchanged if and only if the percentage change in quantity is equal to the percentage change in price. That means if the good is unit elastic. Rectangular hyperbola. An equation of the form xy equals to c, where x and y are two variables and c is a constant, giving us a curve called rectangular hyperbola. It is a downward sloping curve in the xy plane as shown in the diagram. For any 2 points P and Y on the curve, the areas of the two rectangles OY1 PX1 and OY2 QX2 are same and equal to C. If the equation of a demand curve takes the form PQ equals to E, where E is a constant, it will be a rectangular hyperbola where price P times quantity Q is a constant. With such a demand curve, no matter at what point the consumer consumes, her expenditures are always the same and equal to E. Relationship between elasticity and change in expenditure on a good. Suppose at price P the demand for a good is Q, and at price P plus del P the demand for the good is Q plus del Q. At price P the total expenditure on the good is PQ, and at price P plus del P the total expenditure on the good is P plus del P whole into Q plus del Q. If price changes from P to P plus del P, the change in the expenditure on the good is P plus del P whole Q plus del Q minus PQ equals to Q del P plus P del Q plus del P del Q. For small value of del P and del Q, the value of the term del P del Q is negligible, and in that case the change in the expenditure on the good is approximately given by Q del P plus P del Q. Approximate change in expenditure equals to del E equals to Q del P plus P del Q equals to del P whole Q plus P del Q by P into del Q by del P equals to del P whole into Q whole 1 plus Q del Q by del P Q P by Q equals to del P whole into Q1 plus ED. Note that if ED less than minus 1, then Q1 plus ED less than 0, and hence del E has the opposite sign as del P. If ED greater than minus 1, then Q1 plus ED greater than 0, and hence del E has the same sign as del P. If ED equals to minus 1, then Q1 plus ED equals to 0, and hence del E equals to 0. तो ये है इस चैप्टर का समरी और ये है इस चैप्टर का एक्सरसाइजेस। तो इसी के साथ हमारा ये चैप्टर सेकेंड चैप्टर कंप्लीट हो गया है। तो अगर आप चैनल पर नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको सारे वीडियोस के अपडेट मिल सकें। साथ ही अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके। तो हमारा ये वीडियो यहीं तक था। थैंक यू, थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में हम देखने वाले हैं एनसीईआरटी इकोनॉमिक्स क्लास 12, जिसमें आज हम देखेंगे चैप्टर 5 जो कि है मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम। तो शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का चैप्टर। This chapter will be built on the foundation laid down in chapters 2 and 4, where we studied the consumer and farm behavior when they are price takers. In chapter 2, we have seen that an individual's demand curve for a commodity tells us what quantity a consumer is willing to buy at different prices when he takes price as given. The market demand curve in turn tells us how much of the commodity All the consumers taken together are willing to purchase at different prices when everyone takes price as given. In chapter 4, we have seen that an individual farm supply curve tells us the quantity of the commodity that a profit maximizing farm would wish to sell at different prices. When it takes price is given and the market supply curve tells us how much of the commodity all the farms taken together would wish to supply at different prices when each farm takes price as given. In this chapter, we combine both consumers and farms' behavior to study market equilibrium through demand supply analysis and determine at what price equilibrium will be attained. We also examine the effects of demand and supply shifts on equilibrium. At the end of the chapter, we will look at some of the applications of demand supply analysis. Equilibrium, excess demand, excess supply. A perfectly competitive market consists of buyers and sellers who are driven by their self interested objectives. Recall from chapters 2 and 4 that objectives of the consumers are to maximize their respective preference and that of the farms are to maximize their respective profits. Both the consumers and farms' objectives are compatible in the equilibrium. An equilibrium is defined as a situation where the plans of all consumers and farms in the market match and the market clears. In equilibrium, the aggregate quantity that all farms wish to sell equals the quantity that all consumers in the market wish to buy. In other words, market supply equals market demand. The price at which equilibrium is reached is called equilibrium price, and the quantity bought and sold at the price is called equilibrium quantity. Therefore, P star Q star is an equilibrium if QD into P star equals to QS into P star, where P star denotes the equilibrium price and QD P star and QS P star denote the market demand and market supply of the commodity respectively at price P star. If at a price market supply is greater than market demand, we say that there is an excess supply in the market at that price, and if market demand exceeds market supply at a price, it is said that excess demand exists in the market at that price. Therefore, equilibrium in a perfectly competitive market can be defined alternatively as zero excess demand, zero excess supply situation. Whenever market supply is not equal to market demand and hence the market is not in equilibrium, there will be a tendency for the price to change. In the next two sections, we will try to understand what drives this change. Out of equilibrium behavior. From the time of Adam Smith 1723 to 1790, it has been maintained that in a perfectly competitive market, an invisible hand is at play which changes price whenever there is imbalance in the market. Our intuition also tells us that this invisible hand should raise the prices in case of excess demand and lower the prices in case of excess supply. Throughout our analysis, we shall maintain that the invisible hand plays this very important role. Moreover, we shall take it that the invisible hand, by following this process, is able to reach the equilibrium. This assumption will be taken to hold in all that we discuss in the text. Market equilibrium, fixed number of farms. Recall that in chapter 2 we have derived the market demand curve for price taking consumers, and for price taking farms the market supply curve was derived in chapter 4. Under the assumption of a fixed number of farms in this section, with the help of these two curves, we will look at how supply and demand forces work together to determine where the market will be in equilibrium when the number of farms is fixed. We will also we will also study how the equilibrium price and quantity change due to shifts in demand and supply curves. Figure 5.1 illustrates equilibrium for a perfectly competitive market. With a fixed number of farms here, SS denotes the market supply curve and DD denotes the market demand curve for a commodity. The market supply curve SS shows how much of the commodity farms would wish to supply at different prices. And the demand curve D details us how much of the commodity the consumer would be willing to purchase at different prices. Graphically, an equilibrium is a point where the market supply curve intersects the market demand curve because this is where the market demand equals market supply. At any other point, either there is excess supply or there is excess demand. To see what happens when market demand does not equal market supply, let us look in figure 5.1 again. In figure 5.1, if the prevailing price is P1, the market demand is Q, where Q1, whereas the market supply is Q1 dash. Therefore, there is excess demand in the market equal to Q1 dash Q1. Some consumers who are either unable to obtain the commodity at all or obtain it in insufficient quantity will be willing to pay more than P1. The market price would tend to increase, all other things remaining the same as price rises. Quantity demanded falls and quantity supplied increases. The market moves towards the point where the quantity that the farms want to sell is equal to the quantity that the consumers want to buy. This happens when price is P dash. The supply decisions of the farm only match with the demand decision of the consumers. Similarly, if the prevailing price is P2, the market supply Q2 will exceed the market demand Q2 dash at that price, giving price to excess supply equal to Q2 dash Q2. Some farms will not be then able to sell quantity they want to sell, so they will lower their prices. All other things remaining the same as price falls. Quantity demanded rises, quantity supplied falls, and at P dash, P star, the firms are able to sell the desired output since market demand equals market supply at that price. Therefore, P star is the equilibrium price and the corresponding quantity Q star is the equilibrium quantity. To understand the equilibrium, price, and quantity determination more clearly, let us explain it through an example. Example. Let us consider the example of a market consisting of identical farms producing same quality of wheat. Here, by identical, we mean that all farms have same cost structure. Suppose the market demand curve and the market supply curve for wheat are given by QD equals to 200 minus P equals to 0 for 0 less than equals to P less than equals to 200 for P greater than 200. QS equals to 120 plus P for P greater than equals to 10 and equals to 0 for 0 less than equals to P less than 10, where QD and QS denote the demand for and supply of wheat in kg respectively, and P denotes the price of wheat per kg in rupees. Since at equilibrium price market clears, we find the equilibrium price denoted by P star by equating market demand and supply and solve for P star. QD into P star equals to QS into P star. 200 minus P star equals to 120 plus P star. Rearranging terms, 2 P star equals to 80, P star equals to 40. Therefore, the equilibrium price of wheat is rupees 40 per kg. The equilibrium quantity denoted by Q star is obtained by substituting the equilibrium price into either the demand or the supply curves equation, since in equilibrium quantity demanded and supplied are equal. QD equals to Q star equals to 200 minus 40 equals to 160. Alternatively, Qs equals to Q star equals to 120 plus 40 equals to 160. Thus, the equilibrium quantity is 160 kg. At a price less than P star, say P dash equals to 25, QD equals to 200 minus 25 equals to 175. QS equals to 120 plus 125 equals to 145. Therefore, at P1 equals to 25, QD greater than QS, which implies that there is excess demand at this price. Algebraically, excess demand ED can be expressed as ED of P equals to QD minus QS. 200 minus P minus 120 plus P equals to 80 minus 2P. Notice from the above expression that for any prices less than P star equals to 40, excess demand will be positive. Similarly, at a price greater than P star, say P2 equals to 45, QD equals to 200 minus 45 equals to 155, and QS equals to 120 plus 45 equals to 165. Therefore, there is excess supply at this price since QS greater than QD. Algebraically, excess supply ES can be expressed as ES of P equals to QS minus QD equals to 120 plus P minus 200 minus P equals to 2P minus 80. Notice from the above expression that for any price greater than P star equals to 40, excess supply will be positive. Therefore, at any price greater than P star, there will be excess supply, and at any price lower than P star, there will be excess demand. Wage determination in labor market. Here we will briefly discuss the theory of wage determination under a perfectly competitive market structure using the demand supply analysis. The basic difference between a labor market and a market for goods is with respect to the source of supply and demand. In the labor market, households are the suppliers of labors, and the demand for labor comes from firms, whereas in the market for goods, it is the opposite. Here it is important to point out that by labor we mean the hours of work provided by laborers and not the number of laborers. The wage rate is determined at the intersection of the demand and supply curves of labor, where the demand for and supply of labor balance. We shall now see what the demand and supply curves of labor look like. To examine the demand for labor by a single firm, we assume that the labor is the only variable factor of production and the labor market is perfectly competitive, which in turn implies that each firm takes wage rate as given. Also, the firm we are concerned with is perfectly competitive in nature and carries out production with the goal of profit maximization. We also assume that given the technology of the farm, the law of diminishing marginal product holds. The farm, being a profit maximizer, will always employ labor up to the point where the extra cost she incurs for employing the last unit of labor is equal to the additional benefits she earns from that unit. The extra cost of hiring one more unit of labor is the wage rate, W. The extra output produced by one more unit of labor is its marginal product, MPL, and by selling each extra unit of output, the additional earning of the farm is the marginal revenue, MR, she gets from that unit. Therefore, for each extra unit of labor, she gets an additional benefit equal to marginal revenue times marginal product, which is called marginal revenue product of labor, MRPL. Thus, while hiring labor, the farm employs labor up to the point where W equals to MRPL and MRPL equals to MR into MPL. Since we are dealing with a perfectly competitive farm, marginal revenue is equal to the price of the commodity, and hence marginal revenue product or of labor in this case is equal to the value of marginal product of labor. Recall from chapter 4 that for a perfectly competitive farm, marginal revenue equals price. As long as the VMPL is greater than the wage rate, the farm will earn more profit by hiring one more unit of labor. And if at any level of labor employment VMPL is less than the wage rate, the farm can increase her profit by reducing a unit of labor employed. Given the assumption of the law of diminishing marginal product, the fact that the farm always produces at W equals to VMPL implies that the demand curve for labor is downward sloping. To explain why it is so, let us assume at some wage rate W1, demand for labor is 1 L1. Now suppose let us assume at some wage rate. Now suppose the wage rate increases to W2 to maintain the wage VMPL equality. VMPL should also increase. The price of the commodity remaining constant. This is possible only if MPL increases which in turn implies that less labor should be employed owing to the diminishing marginal productivity of labor. Since the farm under consideration is perfectly competitive, it believes it cannot influence the price of the commodity. Hence, at higher wage, less labor is demanded, thereby leading to a downward sloping demand curve. To arrive at the market demand curve from individual firms' demand, we simply add up the demand for labor by individual firms at different wages, and since each firm demands less labor as wage increases, the market demand curve is also downward sloping. Having explored the demand side, we now turn to the supply side. As already mentioned, it is the households which determine how much labor to supply at a given wage rate. The supply decision is essentially a choice between income and leisure. On the other hand, individuals enjoy leisure and find work irksome, and on the other hand, they value income for which they must work. So there is a trade-off between enjoying leisure and spending more hours for work. To derive the labor supply curve for a single individual, let us assume at some wage rate W1, the individual supplies 1 units of labor. Now suppose the wage rises to W2. This increase in wage rate will have two effects. First, due to the increase in wage rate, the opportunity cost of leisure increases, which makes leisure costlier. Therefore, the individual will want to enjoy less leisure. As a result, they will work for longer hours. Second, because the increase in wage rate to W2, the purchasing power of the individual increases. So, she would want to spend more on leisure activities. The final effect of the increase in wage rate will depend on which of the two effects predominates. At low wage rates, the first effect dominates the second, and so the individual will be willing to supply more labor with an increase in wage rate. But at wage rates, the second effect dominates the first, and the individual will be willing to supply less labor for every increase in wage rate. Thus, we get a backward bending individual labor supply curve, which shows that up to a certain wage rate, for every increase in wage rate, there is an increased supply of labor. Beyond this wage rate, for every increase in wage rate, labor supply will decrease. Nevertheless, the market supply curve of labor, which is obtained by aggregating individual supply at different wages, will be upward sloping because, though at higher wages, some individuals may be willing to work less, many more individuals will be attracted to supply more labor. With an upward sloping supply curve and downward sloping demand curve, the equilibrium wage rate is determined at the point where these two curves intersect. In other words, where the labor that the household wishes to supply is equal to the labor that the firms wish to hire. This is shown in the diagram. Shifts in demand and supply. In the above section, we studied market equilibrium under the assumption that taste and preferences of the consumers, prices of the related commodities, incomes of the consumers, technology, size of the market, prices of the inputs used in production, etc. remain constant. However, with changes in one or more of these factors, either the supply or the demand curve or both may shift, thereby affecting the equilibrium, price, and quantity. Here we first develop the general theory which outlines the impact of these shifts on equilibrium and then discuss the impact of changes in some of the above mentioned factors on equilibrium. Demand shift. Consider figure 5.2 in which we depict the impact of demand shift when the number of farms is fixed. Here the initial equilibrium point is E where the market demand curve D naught and the market supply curve SS naught intersect, so that Q naught and P naught are the equilibrium quantity and price respectively. Now suppose the market demand curve shifts rightward to DD2 with supply curve unchanged at SS naught as shown in panel A. This shift indicates that at any price the quantity demanded is more than before. Therefore, at price P naught now there is excess demand in the market equals to Q naught dash dash. In response to this excess demand, some individuals will be willing to pay higher price and the price would tend to rise. The new equilibrium is attained at G, where the equilibrium quantity Q2 is greater than Q naught and the equilibrium price P2 is greater than P naught. Similarly, if the demand curve shifts leftward to DD1 as shown in panel B at any price, the quantity demanded will be less than what it was before the shift. Therefore, at the initial equilibrium price P naught, now there will be excess supply in the market equals to Q naught dash Q naught, in response to which some firms will reduce the price of their commodity so that they can sell their desired quantity. The new equilibrium is attained at the point F at which the demand curve DD1 and the supply curve SS naught intersect, and the resulting equilibrium price P1 is less than P naught and quantity Q1 is less than Q naught. Notice that the direction of change in equilibrium, price, and quantity is same whenever there is a shift in demand curve. Having developed the general theory, we now consider some example to understand how demand curve and equilibrium quantity and price are affected in response to a change in some of the aforementioned factors, which are also enlisted in chapter 2. More specifically, we would analyze the impact of increase in consumers' income and an increase in the number of consumers on equilibrium. Suppose due to a hike in the salaries of the consumers, their income increase. How would it affect equilibrium? With an increase in income, consumers are able to spend more money on some goods. But recall from chapter 2 that the consumers will spend less on an inferior good with increase in income, whereas for a normal good price of all commodities and taste and preferences of the consumers held constant. We would expect the demand for the good to increase at each price, as a result of which the market demand curve will shift rightward. Here we consider an example of a normal good like clothes, the demand for which increases with increase in income of consumers, thereby causing a rightward shift in the demand curve. However, this income increase does not have any impact on the supply curve, which shifts only due to some changes in the factors relating to technology or cost of production of the farms. Thus, the supply curve remains unchanged. In the figure 5.2a, this is shown by a shift in the demand curve from DD0 to DD2, but the supply curve remains unchanged at SS0. From the figure, it is clear that at the new equilibrium, the price of cloth is higher and the quantity demanded and sold is also higher. Now let us turn to another example. Suppose due to some reason there is increase in the number of consumers in the market for clothes. As the number of consumers increases, other factors remaining unchanged, at each price more clothes will be demanded. Thus the demand curve will shift rightwards. But this increase in the number of consumers does not have any impact on the supply curve, since the supply curve may shift only due to changes in the parameters relating to farms' behavior, or with an increase in the number of farms as stated in chapter 4. This case again can be illustrated through figure 5.2a, in which the demand curve DD0 shifts rightward to DD2, the supply curve remaining unchanged at S0. The figure clearly shows that compared to the old equilibrium point E at point G, which is the new equilibrium point, there is an increase in both price and quantity demanded and supplied. Supply shift. In figure 5.3, we show the impact of a shift in supply curve on the equilibrium price and quantity. Suppose initially the market is in equilibrium at point E, where the market demand curve DD0 intersects the market supply curve SS0, such that the equilibrium price is P0 and the equilibrium quantity is Q0. Now suppose due to some reason the market supply curve shifts leftward to SS2, with the demand curve remaining unchanged as shown in figure in panel A. Because of the shift at the prevailing price P0, there will be excess demand equal to Q0 dash dash Q0 in the market. Some consumers who are unable to obtain the goods will be willing to pay higher prices, and the market price tends to increase. The new equilibrium is attained at point G, where the supply curve SS2 intersects the demand curve DD0, such that Q2 quantity will be bought and sold at price P2. Similarly, when supply curve shifts rightward, as shown in panel B, at point P0 there will be supply excess of goods equals to Q naught dash. In response to this excess supply, some firms will reduce their price and the new equilibrium will be attained at F, where the supply curve SS1 intersects the demand curve DD naught, such that the new market price is P1 at which Q1 quantity is bought and sold. Notice the directions of change in price and quantity are opposite whenever there is a shift in supply curve. Now, with this understanding, we can analyze the behavior of equilibrium, price, and quantity when various aspects of the market change. Here, we will consider the effect of an increase in input price and an increase in number of firms on equilibrium. Let us consider a situation where all other things remaining constant. There is an increase in the price of an input used in the production of a commodity. This will increase the marginal cost of production of the firms using this input. Therefore, at each price, the market supply will be less than before. Hence, the supply curve shifts leftward. In the figure 5.38, this is shown by a shift in the supply curve from SS0 to SS2. But this increase in input price has no impact on the demand of the consumers since it does not depend on the input prices directly. Therefore, the demand curve remains unchanged. In figure 5.38, this is shown where the demand curve remaining unchanged at DD0. As a result, compared to the old equilibrium, now the market price rises and quantity produced decreases. Let us discuss the impact of an increase in the number of farms. Since at each price now more farms will supply the commodity, the supply curve shifts to the right, but it does not have any effect on the demand curve. This example can be illustrated by figure 5.3b, where the supply curve shifts from S0 to S1, whereas the demand curve remains unchanged at DD0. From the figure, we can say that there will be a decrease in the price of commodity and increase in the quantity produced compared to the initial situation. Simultaneous shifts of demand and supply. What happens when both demand and supply curves shift simultaneously? The simultaneous shifts can happen in four possible ways. Both supply and demand curves shift rightwards. Both supply and demand curves shift leftwards. Supply curve shifts leftward and demand curve shifts rightward. Supply curve shifts rightward and demand curve shifts leftward. The impact on equilibrium, price, and quantity in all the four cases are given in table 5.1. Each row of the table describes the direction in which the equilibrium, price, and quantity will change for each possible combination of the simultaneous shifts in demand and supply curves. For instance, from the second row of the table, we see that due to a rightward shift in both demand and supply curves, the equilibrium quantity increases invariably, but the equilibrium price may either increase, decrease, or remain unchanged. The actual direction in which the price will change will depend on the magnitude of the shifts. Check this yourself by varying the magnitude of shifts for this particular case. In the first two cases, which are shown in the first two rows of the table, the impact on equilibrium quantity is unambiguous, but the equilibrium price may change, if at all, in either direction depending on the magnitudes of shifts. In the next two cases, shown in the last two rows of the table, the effect on price is unambiguous, whereas the effect on quantity depends on the magnitude of shifts in the two curves. तो ये है वो टेबल जिसमें दिखाया गया है इम्पैक्ट ऑफ साइमल्टेनियस शिफ्ट्स ऑन इक्विलिब्रियम. Here we give diagrammatic representation for case 2 and case 3 in figure 5.4 and leave the rest as exercise for the readers. In the figure 5.4a, it can be seen that due to rightward shifts in both demand and supply curves, the equilibrium quantity increases whereas the equilibrium price remains unchanged. And in figure 5.4b, equilibrium quantity remains the same, whereas price decreases due to a leftward shift in demand curve and a rightward shift in supply curve. Market equilibrium, pre-entry and exit. In the last section, the market equilibrium was studied under the assumption that there is a fixed number of firms. In this section, we will study market equilibrium when firms can enter and exit the market freely. Here, for simplicity, we assume that all the firms in the market are identical. What is the implication of the entry and exit assumption? This assumption implies that in equilibrium no firm earns supernormal profit or incurs loss by remaining in production. In other words, the equilibrium price will be equal to the minimum average cost of the firms. To see why it is so, suppose at the prevailing market price, each firm is earning supernormal profit. The possibility of earning supernormal profit will attract some new firms. As new firms enter, the market supply curve shifts rightward. However, demand remains unchanged. This causes market price to fall. As prices fall, supernormal profits are eventually wiped out. At this point, with all firms in the market earning normal profit, no more firms will have incentive to enter. Similarly, if the firms are earning less than normal profit at the prevailing price, some firms will exit, which will lead to an increase in price. And with sufficient number of firms, the profits of each firm will increase to the level of normal profit. At this point, no more firm will want to leave since they will be earning normal profit here. Thus, with free entry and exit, each firm will always earn normal profit at the prevailing market price. Recall from the previous chapter that the firms will earn supernormal profit so long as the price is greater than the minimum average cost, and at price less than minimum average cost they will earn less than the normal profit. Therefore, at prices greater than the minimum average cost, new firms will enter, and at prices below minimum average cost, existing firms will start exiting. At the price level equal to minimum average cost of the firms, each firm will earn normal profit so that no new firm will be attracted to enter the market. Also, the existing firm will not leave the market since they are not incurring any loss by producing at this point. So, this price will prevail in the market. Therefore, free entry and exit of the firms imply that the market price will always be equal to the minimum average cost, that is, P equals to mean EC. From the above, it follows that the equilibrium price will be equal to the minimum average cost of the funds. In equilibrium, the quantity supplied will be determined by the market demand at that price so that they are equal. Graphically, this is shown in figure 5.5, where the market will be in equilibrium at point E, at which the demand curve DD intersects P0 equals to mean EC line, such that the market price is P0 and the total quantity demanded and supplied is equal to Q0. At P0 equals to mean AC, each firm supplies same amount of output. Say Q not F. Therefore, the equilibrium number of firms in the market is equal to the number of firms required to supply Q naught output at P naught, each in turn supplying Q naught F amount of the at that price. If we denote the equilibrium number of firms by N naught, then N naught equals to Q naught by Q naught F. To understand the equilibrium price and quantity determination more clearly, let us look at the following example. Example. Consider the example of a market for wheat such that the demand curve for wheat is given as follows. QD equals to 200 minus P for 0 less than equals to P less than equals to 200 and equals to 0 for P greater than 200. Assume that the market consists of identical firms. The supply curve of a single firm is given by QFS equals to 10 plus P for P greater than equals to 20 and 0 for 0 less than equals to P less than 20. The free entry and exit of firms would mean that the firms will never produce below minimum average cost because otherwise they will incur loss from production, in which case they will exit the market. As we know, with free entry and exit, the market will be in equilibrium at a price which equals the minimum average cost of the funds. Therefore, the equilibrium price is P naught equals to 20. At this price, market will supply that quantity which is equal to the market demand. Therefore, from the demand curve, we get the equilibrium quantity. Q naught equals to 200 minus 20 equals to 180. Also at P naught equals to 20, each firm supplies Q naught F equals to 10 plus 20 equals to 30. Therefore, the equilibrium number of firms is N naught equals to Q naught by Q naught F equals to 180 by 30 equals to 6. Thus, with free entry and exit, the equilibrium price, quantity and number of firms are rupees 20, 180 kg and 6 respectively. Shifts in demand. Let us examine the impact of shift in demand on equilibrium price and quantity when the funds can freely enter and exit the market. From the previous section, we know that pre-entry and exit of the funds would imply that under all circumstances, equilibrium price will be equal to the minimum average cost of the existing funds. Under this condition, even if the market demand curve shifts in either direction, at the new equilibrium, the market will supply the desired quantity at the same price. In figure 5.6, DD naught is the market demand curve, which tells us how much quantity will be demanded by the consumers at different prices, and P naught denotes the price which is equal to the minimum average cost of the funds. The initial equilibrium is at point E, where the demand curve DD naught curves the P naught equals to mean EC line, and the total quantity demanded and supplied is Q naught. The equilibrium number of funds is N naught in this situation. Now suppose the demand curve shifts to the right for some reasons. At P naught there will be excess demand for the commodity. Some dissatisfied consumers will be willing to pay higher prices for the commodity. So the price tends to rise. This gives rise to a possibility of earning supernormal profit which will attract new funds to the market. The entry of these new funds will eventually will eventually wipe out the supernormal profit and the price will again reach P naught. Now higher quantity will be supplied at the same price. From the panel A, we can see that the new demand curve DD1 intersects the P naught equals to mean EC line at point F, such that the new equilibrium will be P naught Q1, where Q1 is greater than Q naught. The new equilibrium number of firms N1 is greater than N naught because of the entry of new firms. Similarly, for a leftward shift of the demand curves to DD2, there will be excess supply at the price P naught. In response to this excess supply, some farms which will be unable to sell the desired quantity at P naught will wish to lower the prices. The price tends to decrease, which will lead to the exit of some of the existing farms, and the price will again reach P naught. Therefore, in the new equilibrium, less quantity will be supplied, which will be equal to the reduced demand at that price. This is shown in panel B, where due to the shift of demand curve from DD0 to DD2, quantity demanded and supplied will decrease to Q2, whereas the price will remain unchanged at P0. Here, the equilibrium number of firms N2 is less than N0 due to the exit of some existing firm. Thus, due to a shift in demand rightwards or leftwards, the equilibrium quantity and number of firms will increase or decrease, whereas the equilibrium price will remain unchanged. Here we should note that with free entry and exit, shift in demand has a larger effect on quantity than it does with the fixed number of firms. But unlike with fixed number of firms, here we do not have any effect on equilibrium price at all. Applications. In this section, we try to understand how the supply demand understand how the supply demand analysis can be applied. In particular, we look at two examples of government intervention in the form of price control. Often it becomes necessary for the government to regulate the prices of certain goods and services when their prices are either too high or too low in the comparison to the desired levels. We will analyze these issues within the framework of perfect competition to look at this regulation what impact this regulation have on the market for this goods. Price ceiling. It is not very uncommon to come across instances where government fixes a maximum allowable price for certain goods. The government imposed upper limit on the price of a good or service is called price ceiling. Price ceiling is generally imposed on necessary items like wheat, rice, kerosene, sugar, and it is fixed below the market determined price. Since at the market determined price, some section of the population will not be able to afford these goods. Let us examine the effects of price ceiling on market equilibrium through the example of market for wheat. Figure 5.7 shows the market supply curve SS and the market demand curve DD for wheat. The equilibrium price and quantity of wheat are P star and Q star respectively, where the government imposes price ceiling at PC, which is lower than the equilibrium price level. There will be an excess demand for wheat in the market at that price. The consumers demand QC kilograms of wheat, whereas the farms supply QC dash kilograms. Hence, though the intention of the government was to help the consumers, it will end up creating shortage of wheat. How is the quantity of wheat QC dash then distributed among the consumers? One way of doing this is to distribute it to everyone through a system of rationing. Ration coupons are issued to the consumers so that no individual can buy more than a certain amount of wheat, and this stipulated amount of wheat is sold through ration shops, which are also called fair price shops. In general, price ceiling accompanied by rationing of goods may have the following adverse consequences on the consumers. First, each consumer has to stand in long queues to buy the good from ration shops. Second, since all consumers will not be satisfied by the quantity of the goods that they get from the fair price shop, some of them will be willing to pay higher price for it. This may result in the creation of black market. Price floor. For certain goods and services, fall in price below a particular level is not desirable, and hence the government sets floors or minimum prices for these goods and services. The government imposed lower limit on the price that may be charged for a particular good or service is called price floor. Most well-known examples of imposition of price floor are agricultural price support programs and the minimum wage legislation. Through an agricultural price support program, the government imposes a lower limit on the purchase price for some of the agricultural goods, and the floor is normally set at a level higher than the market determined price for these goods. Similarly, through the minimum wage legislation, the government ensures that the wage rate of the laborers does not fall below a particular level, and here again the minimum wage rate is set above the equilibrium wage rate. Figure 5.8 shows the market supply and the market demand curve for a commodity on which price floor is imposed. The market equilibrium here would occur at price P star and quantity Q star. But when the government imposes a floor higher than the equilibrium price at PF, the market demand is QF, whereas the farm want to supply QF dash, thereby leading to an excess supply in the market equal to QF dash. In the case of agricultural support, to prevent price from falling because of excess supply, government needs to buy the surplus at the predetermined price. तो ये है इस चैप्टर का समरी और यह है इस चैप्टर का एक्सरसाइजेस। तो इसी के साथ हमारा आज का ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट होता है। तो अगर आप चैनल पे नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए और नोटिफिकेशन आइकन पर क्लिक कर दीजिए ताकि आपको सारे वीडियोस के अपडेट्स मिल सकें। और अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छा लगे तो लाइक कर दीजिए, साथ ही अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि उन्हें भी हेल्प हो सके। तो हमारा आज का सेशन यहीं तक था। थैंक यू। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग।